Oh, haha. I'm sitting here talking to myself. Hilarious. Welcome, everybody. Nice to have you all here. Happy Saturday. Happy new moon. Um, let's just call that me having my own personal Mercury retrograde moment. It happens. Thank you to everyone for being so understanding. Yeah, I just muted myself. So here we are. Let me turn myself down so I don't have to listen to myself in my headphones while I'm also talking. So, in order of payments received, we have Sarah N, then Kelly K, Ken E, Christine S, Kim R, Michelle B, and then Maggie S. And that's our list for right now. It's a nice, tight little list, which I'm super grateful for. And we'll go ahead and kick it off with Sarah. Sarah, I just pasted the details that I'm going to need from you in order to read your chart. So if you would be so kind as to give me the birth data, let me pop back into that chat and find the birth data. So many things happening, so many windows open at one time, 2 devices going. All right. Cool. So just a little bit of a reminder for everyone about the way this works. This is a mini reading. This service is not available via email or for private reading. It's only available on the live readings. And it's for one question only. And I can read watching DC, time unknown, what's going on with him, especially anything that's a challenge. Okay, gotcha. I can read your chart, your person's chart, if you want to inquire about like a child and how to support them, or if you're in a relationship with someone and you want to inquire about, what's the status of things for them. And if your person and you if you want to look at how things are unfolding overall at the moment, we can look at what I call the union chart. And the union chart is simply the date, time, and location the two of you met. It doesn't guarantee a union at all or when you're coming into union. It just lets you know the path of growth that the two of you are on at this time. And like I said, single question, not available privately. If you do want a private reading, you'll have to email me and we can set that up. Let me go ahead and begin Sarah's read and set my little timer for it so that I don't get too lost in the sauce, because losing self in sauce can happen. So, good morning, Kathleen. Welcome. Okay, so let me share a screen. And if you would be so kind as to begin to prepare your details now, that would be ideal. Kelly and Ken, you are both after Sarah, so go ahead and get your question ready. Because as soon as I'm done with Sarah, I'm going to go ahead and read for the two of you. And if you could just have your question ready ahead of time, that would be so helpful because it eases the wait time of everyone behind you. Unfortunately, sometimes, there's, a bit of a wait. And as long as we don't have people typing questions when they could have had them ready ahead of time, it really supports the line and moving a lot faster. And it's a real blessing to everyone behind you. Okay. So let's go ahead and take a look at Sarah. She wants to know what may be going on with her twin. And if you're able, just hold your question, prep it, but hold it. That would be ideal. Okay, so Sarah, I'm having a look here, 12/11, 1986. Okay, cool. What could be going on with him right now? Okay. He's definitely getting a bit of a reformation, like a reformatting of a few things in his world. because this is the second sign from his sun, that reformatting has a lot to do with his self esteem. It also has a lot to do with the emotional terrain of his world, given that his moon is indicated by transit in a squaring position. This is a square to the moon from Pluto and Saturn are really, it's a really tough energy. Thankfully, Jupiter's in there, but Jupiter can play either way. When things are great, Jupiter throws gasoline on that fire. When things are hard, Jupiter throws gasoline on that fire. And so there's a real strengthening of his reformation at this time, kind of making it so that the changes that are going on with him, self esteem wise and self worth wise, because Aries is also the sign of the self and the way he thinks about himself. These changes are kind of far reaching, far sweeping, and really facilitate a necessity for him to kind of go within and have a good hard look at who he's been being. No doubt, because this energy is in place for the entire year, Sarah, no doubt in my mind that this upcoming retrograde season is about to reveal some things to him when it comes to this looks a little bit to be about relationships with the Venus retrograde, but it's not necessarily. It could be that someone from his past kind of shows back up in his world to help him understand some of the self esteem lessons that are going on. Um, but what's most likely is that rather than someone coming back from the past, because the ruler of his seventh sign from his sun is Mercury, um, this is more likely him reviewing some things he said and didn't say in relationships that have created the outcomes in relationships that he has. Um, so, my suspicion, especially because this Jupiter Pluto thing is so humbling for everyone, my suspicion is that for him, this is really spelling out kind of like a dredging out of the closet and a real deep dive into like, I get it. This is the way things have been in relationships for me. And I don't know that this is the way I want things to keep being. What do I need to do to change? Um, 10th sign from his sun is going, or sorry, yeah, 10th sign from his sun. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's definitely Virgo. Yeah. Yeah, there's a little bit of a like, hey, I'm going to need you to just listen up and pay attention, buddy boy. Changes are afoot. So that's what we have time for there in a mini reading, my friend. I know that, there's probably a lot more you'd like to know, but that's all I can really do in a single question mini reading. So I really appreciate you choosing me to read the chart for you. Um, let's not save that because I don't know which Sarah twin we have there, but pay attention to your own intuition about what's happening in only a few brief minutes. I can't see as much as you see. So really trust your intuition on things that are going down between you and your person. Kelly K, you're next. Please paste your question. And Ken, you're right after Kelly K. So it'll be Kelly K, Ken E, and then Christine S in that order. And then let me just double check here and see who else has joined our little list in our apps here. Okay, so Kelly K. Then we had Maggie and Ecola T and Amy M. Okay, got it. Awesome. Thanks, Gemini Princess. It's so lovely to see you. All right, what's going on in our connection? Okay, union chart. We met around. Okay. Miss Kelly K, a couple of things. It's for me to tell you truly like what's going on in the connecting energy between the two of you, Kelly. I would need a date for when you met. I do need all three to tell you that. And I'm pausing to share this with you because I know you're not the only one with this question. Um, as opposed to we met around this time, because the charts don't really work with an approximate, they work with a definitive. And the only thing we can really fudge is the time of day, but that still makes a very significant difference. So, that being said, I probably can't tell you what's going on in the connection per se. I mean, I can have a general look. The least accurate way to know is by looking at your chart or their chart and kind of making a guesstimate about things, but it's the least accurate way to know. That being said, Kelly, if you want to ask me a different question, that would be fantastic. And then I can pick one of the other charts to work with. Um, so just let me know. Mr. Ken, which chart am I reading for you today, sir? So I can go ahead and get that ready and pull it up. Okay, yeah, we've got Amy here. Okay, cool. What are his intentions? Eek. I can't really tell you that either. Only, is that a good one? Yeah. I can't tell you that either, only because what the chart shows isn't necessarily what someone's intentions are. The chart more says what are somebody's lessons, and what is going on in the timeline of their life. What are they being invited to learn about and invited to do? Um, and so intentions can be more shown through tarot, which I'm not offering right now, or a psychic reading or an empathic reading. I don't do either one of those. So let's try one more time. It's okay, meditation in the park. You're so sweet. I really appreciate you working with me in the ways that I work. Because the chart can show that somebody's going through certain things, but that doesn't mean that their intentions are to work with it. Many times we all have met people where it's like, wow, your life is really telling you to go in direction A, but you are hell-bent on going in direction B. That's fascinating. And we see all the calamities that befall them as a result of just saying no to what life is showing them. So yeah, let's try one more time with the type of question that we can play with. Ken, I have your union chart up, so I'm going to read you next. Read the charts and let me know what you see. I didn't realize I needed a question with a twin flame chart reading. Yeah, that's fine. I can just take a look and I'll pick one, because with a single question mini reading, I can really only do one of them, my dear. Okay. Since you're here about your person and you're curious what may be going on in your person's life, I'm going to go ahead, meditation in the park, and I'm going to rock with your person's chart, okay? And we'll I'll give you the best information I can give you by looking at your person's chart. It's okay, meditation in the park. You don't have to apologize. You've not done anything wrong. Sometimes people just don't know what an astrology chart can show. And so there we go. There's your chart. Let me go ahead and share screen. And so this is just educational for everyone as well, because a lot of people just, they don't know either what an astrological chart can show. Okay. 10/12, 1986, Killeen, Texas. Okay, we'll work with that. Yeah. Okay. And then two L's in Killeen. 10, 12, 86, Killeen. And we don't have a birth time, which is fine. Okay. Amazing. Um, awesome. Okay. Okay. All right. Where did my charts go? Come back. Okay. Let me set my little timer. I know I've said okay like 20 times. Cool. All right. So when I'm looking here, my dear, it's interesting. Your person's going through a pretty significant change as well. There's been a changing of course around their lifelong lesson in the last year. It's almost like the rules of the game has changed for them a little bit, and they're trying to, this year is their first year with new rules with the Pluto and Saturn square to their north node and their sun at the same time. Um, this square is causing for them, I mean, unfortunately, it's probably a bit of confusion, I hate to say, as they're trying to figure out what, just why certain things they used to do before no longer work, and why certain things that they are currently doing do work, but they didn't work before. That's what can happen with such a hard angle to the nodes. It's almost like they're wrapping up one series or one lifelong lesson, and midlife they are moving into a completely different lesson or a different iteration of that lesson. It's like they graduated. And so, if you've ever been a freshman in high school or a freshman in college or started a new school in a new city away from the one you're used to, as you know, it can be so confusing, and there's a lot to learn in terms of where to go and where the resources are, who the allies and the supports are. And so I suspect for your person, this is a bit of time where two things are true. Number one, because certain structures are trying to fall away, they're being asked to let go. So there may be a little bit of grief for them, or a little bit of like, hmm, how do I let this go without completely losing myself? That's the first thing. And then the second thing is there's a little bit of trepidation and uncertainty. Like, I don't know how to do the thing that life is suddenly telling me I need to know how to do. And so, um, things for them are taking a much longer time to understand how to navigate. Um, and with this Saturn conjunction here to their Mars and approaching their moon, things are also taking a lot more effort than they used to be able to work through. And that can really have a person feel a bit like exhausted, determined, but tired. And so just know that, they have a lot going on personally at this time, like a lot, a lot. And so, for any reason, meditation in the park, your person has been like less than communicative, or, not fully attentive, or seeming, a little self absorbed. It's not because they don't like you. I mean, they may not, I don't know. But know that this is a period of time in their life which isn't really designed for relationships. They're in a cycle and a period of time in their life that's designed for them to truly deepen their understanding about who they are and their lifelong lesson and how they're going to live it going forward. And so, there's nothing wrong with that. Um, it's just a more challenge. It's a time that's filled with a lot more external challenges than a time where things, the path is smooth and the universe rolls out that red carpet and says, and now we will get you love. Come hell or high water, love is coming for you. And there are seasons like that, where a person is really kind of shown, hey, now's the season for love. This isn't one of them for your person. So I imagine trying to connect with them may be a little bit challenging because it's just not their season. um, Okay, meditation in the park. Thank you, for trusting me with what I saw. I'm certain, 100% certain, that that is not what you wanted to know, based on your very first question. Um, that being said, I really appreciate that you allowed me to read for you anyway and provide you with the information that I could see. Um, and I hope that you find some use with that information, as it's the most I'm able to do in a single question, single chart mini reading. No, Heatherette, I only do that when I'm doing personal readings. I don't do the joint charts in a single question mini reading. That's only for private readings. And right now, when I look at both charts, those are for twin flame or relationship readings only, and those aren't available at this time. I've provided a lot of detail, insight, and explanation on that in the videos on the main channel, why I'm not offering twin flame or relationship readings at this time. And so in a single question mini reading, I can do one chart and one question and provide as much insight as I can on that. Okay. The list is definitely open. So if you would like to jump on it, you can. Mr. Ken, I would love your question, please. If you'd be so kind as to paste that. After Ken, we have Christine S. And then we have Kim R. And then we have Michelle B. in that order. So Christine S., Kim R., and Michelle B. Please get your questions ready and your birth data for the chart you want me to look at. Hold it. If you could prepare it, copy it, and then prepare yourself to paste it when it's your turn, that would be fantastic. All right. Ken, my love, what is the question I'm working with today? Oh, cool. Horse is final on Wednesday. Thursday was that anniversary. She still texts good morning, but she seems distant. She feels like she's divorced me too. She's visiting fam there next Friday. Is it a good time to see her? Let's have a look at the union chart. KB, I got you, baby. I'm going to do a list check in a moment, okay? Thank you all for your patience. I'm going to go ahead and read for Ken now. So I just want to share as well for anyone who's listening. That's one of the things that can happen when we get a little too involved with our twin when they're still going through the process of a divorce. When they go through that separation, but we've become emotionally involved in such a way that it's definitely not just friends. When we've allowed ourselves to go into that territory with them, and it's not to say that it's wrong. For some people, it's absolutely appropriate. It's part of their journey. But when they finally do get divorced, it's like they're closing out a chapter in life. And the things that were a part of that chapter, it's time to lay those things to rest too. And so, because sometimes they don't know about the connection or understand its depth, or maybe it's just not their time to really to be tapped into it, the like longevity of it, they will go through a period of needing to distinguish what from the old chapter is going and what from the old chapter is coming with them in the new chapter. But during that period of discernment, it's like they try to close all things from the old chapter, in particular, anything that would cause them to feel guilt or shame about why that relationship ended. That includes getting romantically, physically, emotionally involved with you. Um, if they felt any level of like, wow, I was so unfaithful, that's so who I don't want to be anymore. Oftentimes people will say, and now I don't want anything to do with the person who allowed me to feel those feelings. So it's really important, if your twin is seeing somebody else, or trying to close out a chapter with somebody else, to not get in the trenches with them. Um, because you don't want them to associate you with the mess of that unraveling. Instead, you want to maintain that clarity, like, yes, deep connection. Sure, we both feel it. Let's just be friends. I want to be a safe place for you. You do what you need to do. I'm going to be here for you, but I, I, I'm not going to embroil myself in that because I don't want you throwing me out with the trash when you're done with that. Is kind of the mindset. So it's something to just keep in mind if that resonates as true for you. It's not going to be true for everyone. Some people, for whatever reason, it's part of the soul contract to get involved very heavily before the divorce is final. And I mean, I can't tell you one way or the other. Your intuition will help you know that, but it's just a little piece of psychology to keep in mind if you find yourself with a beloved divine counterpart who, upon getting divorced, pushes you away. Um, it's one of the things that psychologically has to just be navigated. That it's like, okay, I thought everything out of that chapter was going. Oh, I guess you're not. You're going to stay with me. Didn't know that, but it takes time to get through that if we get so heavily involved. Okay, Mr. Ken, let me set my little timer here now that I've provided that little bit of insight. Um, feels like she divorced you too. I'm sorry to hear that, Ken. I really am. Divorce final. Where's her son? 24 degrees Libra. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, Ken, where's her Aries? Okay. And then where are her Taurus and Libra houses? Interesting. There's her Venus, but who else is Venus aspected by? A little bit Neptune. No, not Neptune. Okay. Okay. So, hmm. Your girl's on a self love journey, which you knew. And we've talked about this a few different times that the self love journey for her is one where she's needing to really understand. I mean, this is spelling it out pretty clearly why she is where she is in the arena of relationships, because there's a lot of heavy duty, like relationship aspects going on here, Ken. Venus retrograde in her seventh house of committed partnership, a going within and understanding why her relationships are the way they are. That same Venus trining her sun and aspecting a transiting Juno. Um, there's an energy, and that's all in the sign of partnership. She's kind of getting a royal universal wake up call about how her self esteem with this Saturn piece here has been impacting a lot of her relationship choices. And this may not feel so great, Simultaneously, I mean, I have to say it because it's one of the ways that this energy can play out. With a Venus retrograde in the seventh house, directly aspecting harmoniously her natal Venus and her sun, both sitting in the partnership sign. My suspicion is there may also have been a past lover who has shown up to kind of help her get through this, um, and help her kind of evaluate some of the lessons in a newer and cleaner and clearer way. Now, you did mention that she's going to be there that this weekend. Yeah, it looks like a good time to reconnect for sure. It looks like there's, an energy of reconnecting with past connections in order to be able to understand herself and her self worth and her self esteem. Um, I would follow her lead given everything you've shared with me she's been through this year, Ken. And just say, hey, I know you'll be around, happen to see it on your Facebook, what have you. I'd love to take you out, for wings or fries or, whatever she likes, milkshakes. Um, I'd love to take you out for whatever, at whatever your favorite place is. Just let me know if you can make time, no pressure. If not, keep me posted and just leave it at that. She'll be in touch. Because it's, a generous offer. She'll be in touch when she's ready. But do know that she this is one of the more difficult years of this woman's life, Ken, and I know you know that. You've been watching it. Um, but it's reconnection, sure, if she's open to it. Does it look good? Absolutely, if she's open to it. But that's the key, if she's open, because as you know, you've seen this during those really lovely windows, when and you've seen me talk about this too on the live streams, Ken. Sometimes a window can open where people can come together, but one or the other hasn't done enough work to be comfortable with the amount of energy spike that comes with the twin connection. And then it ends up being a disaster when they try to come together because they're just not ready for that. And one person wants more things, one person wants something completely different. And then that mismatch vibrationally, even though the universe is supporting a harmonious coming together, that where the two people stand vibrationally repels them and pushes them apart. So follow her lead, make the offer, follow her lead, and just see what happens, would be my advice there. So, yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, Ken. Miss Christine S., Kim R., and Michelle B. I'm going to read for you in that order. I'm going to take a pause to check the apps and update the list. And then we'll go from there. Thanks everyone for your patience, and thank you guys for having your chart details ready for me. I really appreciate it. Let's see, KB. So we've got Amy, KB, Patricia, Katarzyna, and then Jonette. Lovely. Okay, those are all the peeps for now. The full list reads Christine. Christine, if you could go ahead and place your question, that would be fantastic. I really appreciate it. Heatherette, I see you pasted some information here. Heatherette, do I have you on my list? I'm not sure. If your name is one of the ones I have on my list. I have Christine, I have Kim, I have Michelle, I have Maggie S., Nicola T., Amy M., KB, Patricia, Katarzyna, and Jonette. Miss Kathleen and Miss Trish, I don't have y'all. Heatherette is Christine. Okay, got you. Thank you. Let me look and see what happened here, Kathleen and Trish. Give me 1 second, y'all. Let me see what happened. And Trish and Kathleen, do you have one of these other names from the list that I mentioned? And how did you both pay? Because I don't see Trish here. And I don't see Trish. And I don't see Kathleen Riley here. Oh, Kathleen, you're right after Maggie S. There you are. Okay. Kathleen, you're right after Maggie and before Nicola. Trish. Where is my Trish? Trish. Trish, are you Patricia B? Are you Patricia B? Trish, let me know. Kathleen, I see you. Patricia. Okay, yeah. Trish. Okay, got you. I got you. Cool. Cool. Thanks, Jonette, for being so ready. Right now, I have about 10 people in front of you to read, my dear. So because of that and because of how long the chat's going to go, I'm going to need you to hold your question, and this is for everyone. Hold your question and paste it when I call your name. Please don't put your question before I call your name, okay? And then Jonette, as soon as I call your name, then we'll go ahead and get your reading. All right, babe? I appreciate your patience in advance. Okay, Heatherette, let's get it. Heatherette. Not sure what to ask. Anything you see, lessons leading to union. His birthday's this. Mine is this. Okay. If I have to pick one, you do have to pick one, Heatherette. So that's perfect. All right. So we can see what's going on for him. Lessons leading to union. All right. So while I set up your chart, I'll just say, trust your own intuition about union. The charts don't guarantee it, or that if you've worked hard enough, somehow it will magically happen. That's not how I've been shown this works. Each person gets the opportunity to say, yes, I want this. It's painful when you ignore the pull and the call of it. Absolutely. But yeah, it's not guaranteed that people won't ignore their stuff. Sometimes people do that. 4 a.m. And it's really unfortunate to watch them kind of set up a life of struggle that way, but hey, some people are into that. They like that kinky shit. I personally don't like pain. So, hey, universe, just tell me where you want me to go. I am not going to fight you. Not interested. But it's cool if you're into kink, man. If you like, a little pain with your living, hey, who am I to judge you? Your dude right here. Let me set my little timer so I don't sail off into the wind. Your dude right now, what's going on? Okay. Learning lessons about partnership and self-esteem with this Juno retrograding on top of his sun. Right. Preparing himself for service. Where is Uranus? Yeah. Creative works here. Where is Saturn? Yeah. Cool. I love this. Where is Venus? Here. Okay. So interestingly, I don't know if your person has a business, Heatherette, but what's being shown here is that he's getting a strengthening when it comes to his intuition. When I don't know why I said intuition, because that's, oh, intuition. Leo 12th house. Got it. Where is his Neptune? Yep. Okay. So, yeah, he's getting a strengthening when it comes to his intuition, when it comes to business and work. He's been in the process of learning how to trust himself when it comes to his divine service work, indicated here by house 1 and 2, house 5 and 6, and house 10. Um, these houses and the planets transiting these houses are really supporting him to understand, hey, you can trust your intuition, and B, the more you trust it and the more discipline you have about it, the better off you're going to be career wise. And so this is specifically pertaining to business partnerships, with this Juno retrograde in the first half of the year, and this Venus retrograde over these 40 days that we're in with the Venus retrograde in the 10th house of career. This is definitely talking about business partners and, collaborators, that kind of thing. I don't know if he's transitioning out of a job and he's thinking about starting a business with someone. This whole thing is like, hey, trust your intuition. Don't force yourself to ignore it, because when you do, you'll get bitten in the booty. So, this is exciting for him. It's a beautiful new chapter, a beautiful new beginning. Um, and so, as far as relationships go, and you ask about lessons leading to union, um, I don't see that this is his season for that, Heatherette. I'm gonna be real honest with you. Um, what I see here is that he's working in the 3D world. Um, and I've talked about this extensively, especially in the 2020 Twin Flame Union update, the pre union path, that the divine masculine and masculine energy on the planet at this time really is working in the 3D world. Um, they are not working in, the emotional world. And so if it looks like he's like ignoring the connection and not doing anything about it, it's because he is. And his chart is very much saying that the step right now has everything to do with putting the foundation down for the house. If he were to just start focusing on the connection with no foundation in his world, he'd be in for some trouble. Now that changes as we get into the later half of the year, and in particular next year. Some of that changes, Heatherette. But right now, he's being asked to double down on paying attention to his money and his work, and his service to the world, and to get that right. And I think that's appropriate. That's a really good step when it comes to union, getting those things together, because, he needs to have a something that's going to live and be real for him, no matter where the connection goes. And so this is his time to be getting that together. He also needs something that's going to be real for him, um, so that it can amplify the connection as opposed to the connection carrying him. He's got something that's feeding him, being in service to the world. And that allows him to come to the connection with a full heart. And so, yeah, Kim Robertson, if you would please paste your question, that would be lovely. Thank you so much for letting me read for you, Heatherette. Fabulous prop, Mama. I'm going to do a list check and another couple readings. Sit tight. And as soon as I finish another couple, I will go in and do a list check. Thanks, Heatherette. I appreciate you letting me read for you. Okay, Miss Kim, thanks for being ready. I love it when my girls are ready. When my peoples are ready. Let me share screen again. Stop being kooky. Okay. Let's see. Miss Kim. That's okay, Kim. You can go ahead and repaste it when you're ready. Hey, Positive Rise Tarot Kapoor. It's so lovely to meet you. Thank you for joining, and thank you to everyone who's joining. If you haven't already hit that like button, that would be wonderful if you could. These are paid readings today, Positive Rise. So if you want to go ahead and make your payment, I'll add you to the list. Hey, Kim, I see it here. I see your date of birth. I see his. I see the time and the where you met. All I need is your question so I can figure out which chart to read for you, honey. Okay? And if you're new here, once again, welcome. Please hit that like button and definitely subscribe. Definitely subscribe. Kim, if you just post your question, I have all your details here. I'll let you know if I need anything else. Okay? Just paste your question. I have it. Subscribe because I have many readings coming up in the month of June because June is already booked up for private readings. So I'll be doing a few more mini readings here on this channel. And if you subscribe, you'll be the very first to know. And you'll be the first on the list. And being the first on the list means that there's very little wait time. What are the energies surrounding union? Got it. Good question. That's a great question. I'll see how I can answer that. Met June 4, Castlegar, Canada. Okay. Castlegar, Kim R. Twin meet. 6/4. Happy twin anniversary, my love. Met on June 4th. It's your twin anniversary coming up. Okay. A couple of questions. Kim, do you have the time of day the two of you met within 2 hours, please? Morning, afternoon, night, within 2 hours. That would help me a lot. Cool. 1 p.m. Thank you. And so for anyone who wants me to look at things, if they like that question that Kim asked, I do need the time of day you met in order to be able to answer that one appropriately. Michelle B. and Maggie S., please get your questions ready. You're next. Okay, Lady Kim. So because I have your birth time or the time that you guys met, I can look here at the 7th house cusp. Now, let me just start by saying this is probably not going to be an answer you were expecting, but it's an answer that astrology can provide. And so I'm doing the best I can in a mini reading to give you the best answer possible based on what Spirit is showing me to look at based on your question, but that doesn't mean that it's like everything. This is a short sliver, and I'm going to do the best I can to give you what I can in a short sliver, okay? So looking at the 7th house cusp, the 7th house is the house of committed partnership. And because we're looking at committed partnership between two people in their meet chart, their union chart, this is going to give us some information about what needs to happen for a committed partnership to come together between these particular two people. The seventh house needs two things. It needs Pisces energy, because that's the energy here, and it also needs some Aries energy in order for a romantic partnership or partnership business-wise to come together between these particular two humans. Pisces energy is about spirituality and having a connection to the unseen world, and Aries energy is about motivation. It's about self-projection, putting yourself out there, taking risks, starting new things. Ruler of Aries sits here in Scorpio, whereas it is at home. Perfect. And the third house. So this lets me know transformative communication has to happen. The ruler of Pisces, and there are two, they sit opposite one another. One here in the sign of discernment, one here in its home sign, because the modern ruler is in the home sign. This is telling me that it's the stronger one of the two of them. And it's Neptune. Neptune is telling us, because it's in the house of service and the house of health and well-being, that in order for a relationship to come together between these two people, spiritual service work needs to already be going on for both individuals. A. B, there needs to be a level of transformative communication. This is not love letters, Kim. This is revealing your truth, being vulnerable, keeping no secrets, deep diving into understanding your own psychology and why it works the way you work, and then sharing those intimate truths with the other person. That's what is going to allow, specifically for the two of you, those pieces have to be in place in addition to each of your own kind of choice in this, free will. Those pieces have to be in place for this to come together. So in your particular case, if you were waiting for your twin to come around, for you guys to be in union, to start a spiritually based business, I don't recommend it. Your chart says a coming together occurs when that's already happening, as opposed to the other way around. That doesn't mean you wouldn't work together. It just means that partnership is enhanced by already being on a path of spiritual service. Cool. Very cool. So, Kim, I thank you for letting me look, and I just ask that you remember, that's the best I can do in a mini reading. And to trust your own intuition about your union energies, because I'm sure you've been receiving guidance about union energies as well between the two of you. And for anyone who liked having that kind of question answered, just know that I need the date, time, and location the two of you met. The time is critical. The date is critical. I can't just have a month and a year. I need the time and the date and the month that you met and the location you met. Okay. Awesome, Kim. I'm glad that was helpful to you. Miss Michelle B., and I need your question. If you would be so kind as to go ahead and place that for me. Thank you, Kim. Yeah, definitely keep trusting your intuition and leading into that. Miss Michelle B., thank you. Here's the stuff that I need in order to be able to answer questions for my peoples. The list is definitely open. If you'd like to get on it in a moment, I'm going to be doing a list check. So if you've made a payment and I haven't called your name, just know that I'm going to be checking the payment apps in a moment. And when I check, I'll be adding you to the list. I just want to get through a couple more readings first. So, okay, Miss Michelle, let's have your question, dear. And thank you, Babs. I appreciate you, honey. Okay. Oh, it's so cute the way you have the peoples. Oh, I love the way you use the emojis. It's so cute. Okay. Whatever you see, be guided. Okay, Michelle, I will. And simultaneously, um, I've had somebody say that to me before and then get pissed off at me because I didn't tell them what I told somebody else who asked a more specific question. So let's see. You are a Scorpio cusp Sag. He is a Sag cusp Cap. The relationship is a Piscean one. Let's look at the union chart since these eclipses are coming up and that they'll impact Pisces a lot. Okay. So you take your life in your own hands, Michelle, by having me just talk about what I see, because you may not like what I see. It may be something that you were like, oh, why didn't you answer my question like somebody else? Okay. Don't get mad at me if you wanted a different kind of answer. Uh, let's see. 3, 5, 1999, 11:59 p.m. Canada. And just for anyone listening, it's really ideal if you have a question. It's better for you to have a question than to play the just tell me what you see game. I have found that people who ask questions are far more satisfied with their reading than people who just play tell me what you see. They tend to like things a lot better. So let's see what's going on here. Ooh, fun, fun, fun. Venus retrograde in the seventh house of this connection. Bringing back memories from the past. About things said and unsaid in the arena of communication for you two, specifically things you individually said. Looks a bit more like both of you are looking at your masculine energies. You're in union, hooray! Um, yeah, it looks like there's some memories here, like, a little, there's a little bit of nostalgia, if I'm going to be honest. It's a very nostalgic time for the two of you, which is very lovely. It can be a very strengthening time in the connection to facilitate and support a stronger foundation, because the ruler of Gemini's Mercury sits here in the fourth house of foundations and at home. So that's really exciting. The eclipse cycle is going to impact the first house and the seventh house of this connection, as well as the 10th and the fourth. Yeah, there's Virgo, here's Pisces, here's Gemini, here's Sagittarius. And so where you guys are at now is the very beginning of a transformative period of time that's going to allow you guys to have a stronger bond. There's just some learning here to be done about who are you, who am I in relationship, what templates and patterns did I inherit from my family. This is fourth house. And where do we want our bond to go in the future? That's 10th house. How do we navigate where things go in the future, based on what we're learning about who am I? That's first house. Who are you? That's seventh house. So these 2 years are going to bring a series of events that'll really shake things up between the two of you and facilitate a lot of transformation. Some of these are most likely going to be conversational for you guys, where, you have certain conversations with each other. And as a result of those conversations, it's like, oh, got it. I see what I need to change in order for me to be able to have a beautiful connection here. So yeah, it's an exciting time, Lady Babs, a really exciting time. Um, it's some changes, as I said, are afoot that are going to leave you two in a very different place than the one you're in right now. Um, you know, I'm not going to say you guys will get a divorce. I don't think that. But just how it is now, when you look back at the end of 2021, at the end of next year, or even this time next year, you're going to see, oh, wow, we are different people. And this is a different connection. And it's lovely you asked at this time because it does look like kind of more of a romantic new beginning with that Gemini retrograde of Venus. It does look like a bit more of a romantic new beginning for you guys, if you so choose it. You know your life best, Lady Babs. So, I don't know for sure what's going on there. It could be that, you guys say, hey, we don't like being in this relationship anymore. We're calling it quits. Or it could be that you guys say, hey, um, this was an awesome ride so far, actually. Let's deepen it. But whatever it is now, because this is a mutable eclipse energy, it starts one way and ends another. It's going to be very different by the time we finish the eclipse cycle. So, okay, Miss Maggie S., please pace your question. Thank you for letting me read for you, Babs. I appreciate that. After Maggie, we have Kathleen, Nicola, Amy, KB, Trisha, Karzina, Jonette, Amber Arsenault. I love your name. I love that last name, Arsenault. I think that's such a cool last name. And now I'm going to check the payment apps as promised to update the list. Yes, so Lady Babs, thank you for letting me read for you, and trust your intuition on what was shared. You want to trust your own intuition because I can really only see so much in a single question reading. And it's really important that, you allow, because the planets can be interpreted in so many different ways, that you allow for your own intuition to guide the way you integrate the information. Okay. Awesome, Babs. Okay, cool. So, Satsuki Decker, you are now on the list. List is open. If anyone would like to join it, you are more than welcome to. This is how to do it. And yeah, for those of you watching and those of you just joining, welcome and thank you. If you would go ahead and hit that like button for me if you're enjoying this, that would be fabulous. And furthermore, if you're not already subscribed to the channel, please do, because it will allow you to know when I go live. And be the first on the list so that there's very little wait time for you, okay? Rochester, August 31st, 8/31, 1962. Birth time, 12:16 p.m. Okay, let's have a look and see if things are going to improve, my love. Thanks, Prop Mama. Appreciate that. Really do. Cool. Where am I headed and will it be improving? What would cause you to say that? Because things do look good. But if you're asking if things are going to improve, chances are it's because things don't feel great. So why don't things feel great? What is going on here? There's no hard angles to the moon or the sun, which is nice. There's a strengthening angle to the moon here, which is nice. There's no hard angles to the ascendant, descendant, or midheaven. You're unemployed and you're searching. Got it. Got it. Got it. Okay. The sun sits in the second sign from its ruling sign, from the sign it rules. Okay. Rules the midheaven. Okay. Ah. Okay. Baby cakes, have you been, Maggie? I'm sorry, Miss Maggie. Have you been unemployed since last year, or is this new? Um, I see it could be new, and if it's new, freaking fantastic. If it's not new, um, also fantastic. Because it does look like either way. Yeah, it does look like work comes in soon. The work the transition that just happened, Maggie, when I look at this, is showing me that what you left behind was a something that wasn't going to allow you to be the best version of yourself, honestly. And the thing that you left behind also wasn't going to be in alignment with allowing you to fulfill your hopes, wishes, and dreams. Because since March 1, there's a aspect here to your house of hopes, wishes, and dreams, 11, via this transit down here. And so this Saturn here created a separation for you, because Saturn will do that. It'll do separations when we are doing things that are out of alignment and out of integrity for us. They're not working for us. Saturn will say, cutting it off. You're not doing that anymore. And so that's essentially what happened when the job loss hit, because that was right around the time Saturn hit that first degree of Aquarius, making a harmonious angle here to this Mercury, which is the ruler here of the latter parts of your 10th house of career. Will things get better? Yes. But to get them to get better, to work with the energy that's here in your chart, and this is going to be a super tall order, Maggie. I want to prepare you for what I'm about to tell you, because what I'm about to say is not easy. You are going to need to not say yes to anything that doesn't make your heart sing. And I know in a moment of time when you are like, man, I got bills to pay. That is something that's difficult to ask of people. And you're going to really have to lean into your connection to source. And you're also going to have to lean into your intuition. There may be stepping stone jobs that don't make your heart sing, but as long as you know that you're not meant to be making a career out of them, you're meant to be using them as a springboard to get you to what makes your heart sing, then things will get better. But this transit in particular was designed to get you out of circumstances that no longer, let me put that a different way, get you out of circumstances that compromise you, Maggie, that don't let you be your full self. You said, I'm already there, girl. I love it. Good. I'm glad you're already there. Hopefully, financially, that can work for you to, not just take anything that comes along. I fully understand that that's not realistic for some people. It's just not realistic advice. Um, and that's okay if that's not realistic for you. I get that. Just know that that the way Saturn took that old job away because it wasn't aligned for you, the same thing, it's a setup for the exact same thing to happen. It's not aligned. Saturn's going to create a completion because it's not in integrity with your hopes, wishes, and dreams according to your chart. Okay, my love, that's a read. Maggie, I thank you so much for letting me read for you. Miss Kathleen R., you're next. You got 6 months. Okay, good, babes. Do what you got to do. And I don't know, maybe you start something, that maybe you start something that you previously hadn't thought of doing before, Maggie. But maybe it's, your dream and you're like, but I don't know how it'll make money. If you start it, the universe will meet you halfway and start showing you, here's how you make money at it. Trish, no, it would not. That would not be okay. If I miss you, Trish, I'll refund you. But no, please don't paste your question. I would prefer that you didn't. So thank you for asking, Trish. I really do. But yeah, my preference is to not have to search for your question because that just holds up the line even more than it already is, Trish. And it's not fair to everybody else who's waiting. So I will do the best I can to get to you as quickly as possible, my lady Trish. But if for some reason you're asleep, I completely understand it. There will be other live mini reading dates. As long as you're subscribed, you'll catch me. And if I miss you, sweetie, I'm so sorry. I will refund you. Okay. All right, Miss Maggie, thank you. I hope that was okay. I hope that was helpful for you. Sure thing, Trish. I'm going to keep moving as quickly as I can, my love. All right. Kathleen, thank you so much for being ready with your question. It helps the line move a lot faster when you are ready. And thank you to everyone for your patience. What are the energies surrounding our union? Let's see. Oh, you just had a twin anniversary. That's cool. Texas, Austin. Happy twin anniversary, my love. Thanks, Gemini Princess. I appreciate it. All right, let me share screen. Okay, Lady Kathleen. Look at you guys' 7th house of committed partnership. Welcome to anyone who's joining. Just hit that like button and subscribe button so you can be the first to know next time I do this work. Wow. Okay. So this connection is going to require a discipline. Yeah. A discipline about transformation and having a structured way to grow and transform. Interestingly, awesome, Maggie. I'm so glad it confirms stuff for you. Capricorn here on the cusp of the 7th house of committed partnership lets us know that for people for who met on this date at this particular time, they need that Capricornian energy to come together. Capricorn is about structure, work ethic, focus, discipline, that step by step plotting commitment to make things happen, tradition. But what's interesting about this is how tied to the Scorpio energy that this Capricorn is. It's got the ruler, the modern ruler of Scorpio here on the cusp, which lets us know to even get access to this house, we have to go through Pluto first. I'll talk about what that means in a sec. And then the ruler of Capricorn, Saturn, sits in the sign of Scorpio here in that 5th house of creation. So there's a lot of scorpionic energy here, but this is about relinquishing old structures and old traditions that no longer serve and changing them up and creating new structures, new traditions that will guide us toward our future. And so some of this has to do with letting go of certain businesses or financial arrangements that we thought would lead us to security so that we have the opportunity to create what will allow us to be truly secure. Another way to interpret this is to, like, both of you need to be in some kind of like transformative therapeutic work that helps you both change and helps you both become different people at all times. Because without that, there is no romance that blossoms, according to this fifth house. Without that disciplined, personal, transformational work, there is absolutely no way for this to unfold further, or come together further, is what I mean. So that's two ways of interpreting this. All the like in a much deeper reading, I could look at things much more deeply. But for right now, that's what I can see. Um, let's see what you have to say. It makes total sense. Got you. Okay, cool. I'm glad we could find something that resonated based on what we can see here. You got to pay attention to your own intuition here, Kathleen, as well, because there's, a few different ways these energies could be interpreted. And it's really, really important, that as you're integrating what was said, that you don't force it to be true, that you allow yourself to lean into your intuition and parse it with that. Okay. Nicola T, Amy M, and then KB in that order. Thank you for letting me read for you today, Kathleen. I really appreciate it. For anyone who's just joining, welcome. The list is open. For anyone who's trying to figure out how does this work, I read astrology charts. That's the information I would need in order to be able to answer questions for you, the information I just pasted. For anyone who'd like to get on the list is open, and I thank you kindly for it. Here's how you get on the list. Miss Nicola T, it is your turn. Yes, Miriam, you may be added. I have you here, hun. You're right after Satsuki Decker. Awesome, Kathleen. Awesome. All right, Nicola, it is your turn. So as soon as you are ready. Thanks, Gemini Princess. It is great to have you. Nicola T, are you still here? And Amy M, are you still here? Because if Nicola had to go, then you'll be next. Okay. And while we give Nicola and Amy a chance to respond, I'm just curious, of those of you who are here, did you guys have the opportunity to listen to Lana's channeling last night? It was really beautiful. Her healing, it was so nice. If you haven't, it's over on the main channel. It was such a treat to be able to have her share with us. Okay. All right, I don't see Nicola and I don't see Amy. KB, are you here? Nicola. Okay, thank you, Autumn. I really appreciate it. How he feels in his soul at the moment and his energy toward me. Okay. KB, I'm so glad you were there. Gemini Princess, I'm glad you were there too. Okay, a couple of things. Nicola, I'm going to do you next. Amy and KB, if you would be so kind as to get your question ready so that there's no wait when I call your name, that would be fantastic. Miss Autumn, that is such a beautiful question. Unfortunately, I can't answer that one for you because the chart doesn't show how a person feels. The chart will show things like what a person's lessons are, what kind of cycles we're in, or what challenges they may be facing at this time. The chart can also show, patterns in communication that may be a struggle, or ways in which, self sabotage may occur that you can avoid, or how healing is supposed to work. But to understand how a person feels about you, Autumn, the best kind of person to ask would be somebody who does tarot, or someone who is an empath, who's empathic, or somebody who is a psychic reader. But I just read astrology charts, so that's not really something that I can answer. But Autumn, if that's the most important question to you right now, it's totally okay if you want a refund. I'm happy to refund you, Miss Autumn. Just let me know. And then, there's other people who read on YouTube. They can tell you what the situation is. Okay. I'm happy to go either way. If you want to ask a different question, go for it. If you want a refund, holla. I am happy to do either one. Okay. I think Nicola might be on a delay. Miss Autumn might be on a delay here. And that's okay. Sometimes that happens, we get on a delay. I don't see Amy M. We'll have to come back to her. Um, but Miss KB, if you could go ahead and paste and let me know, uh, KB, which chart am I reading for you today? Because I think I have all your charts saved. Let me look. Okay. Okay. I see you there, Autumn. Um, just yours, KB? Okay. So Autumn, a couple things about that. When I look at the union chart, there's a lot of different things that I could share with you based on what I just explained. Um, and so if you wanted to ask me, well, whatever you see, I am going to tell you whatever stands out to me first. But because this is a one question mini reading, it may not be something that you want to hear, or the kind of information that would be useful to you right now. Um, so I'm going to give you a chance to just think about your question a little bit more. Um, I can look at the union chart. In a union chart, the kind of things that I can see for you are things like, um, what kind of energy the masculine energy in this connection holds and is going to operate at when it's operating at its best. What kind of energy the feminine energy holds, and what kind of energy is going to be going on for the feminine energy between the two of you when she's operating at her best. What challenges either one of them face. I can answer questions about communication and what the communication needs coming together, what would be required in order for coming together to be possible. Um, what's the lifelong lesson of the connection? Autumn, I can answer questions like that. But for a single question mini read, I just need you to pick one question. And people who tend to ask a question, then just kind of say, whatever you see, tend to be much more satisfied with their reading. So, Autumn, I'm going to let you think about that, and I'm going to come right back to you. I'm going to go ahead and read KB's because I had her chart already inside my system saved. So I'm going to read KB, and we're going to come right back to you. All right, Autumn? Um, in person is best, prop mama, but if you only have first online, that's okay too. We'll work with whatever you got, babe. Okay, KB, you are asking, energy I feel for my twin has been blissful. Now focus more on self. That's good. That's awesome, KB. Spiritual gifts are developing. In general, what do you see at this time for me regarding my life purpose? Okay. So for life purpose, actually, I don't need the transit. I just need the natal. Give me a second, KB, because to do this quickly, I probably just need a second to be quiet to focus on a few different houses and the placements at one time. Okay. Gotcha, KB. Gotcha. Hmm. Okay. So interestingly, when I do life purpose reading for someone, I'm looking at their 10th house of fame and honors. I'm looking at their first house of self, and I'm looking at their second house of earned income. I'm looking at their fifth house of creative works and offspring, and I'm looking at their sixth house of service. And then I'm looking at the ruler of all of the signs for each of these houses and how they're aspected, etc. So, without going into all of the astrological, technical detail for these five houses, the pattern that I saw emerge, KB, has a lot to do with communicating and being yourself in relationships and in partnerships and finding the way to speak your truth and be your truth and to be in full service of your own truth and what it is you want to create to be who you really are. It's interesting, KB. Sometimes I see people who have like I read for a woman the other day whose daughter, she wanted me to look at her like 8-year old's chart. And her chart was so specific. Like she had a writer's chart and a communicator's chart. So, like public speaking or, writing was going to be how this child like lived, breathed, and died until like it's just her life. And I said this to her. I said, have you seen any inclination of this? She said, yeah, she's 8 and she already writes her own stories. I said, well, dang, that's not a normal thing for an 8-year-old to do. Most 8-year-olds are not writing full on stories at that time, but her daughter was. And I said, well, okay, so she's already evidencing that. And it was very specific. But there are sometimes people incarnate in a lifetime where they're not necessarily here to do a very specific thing for other people. They're here to learn a very specific thing for themselves because their soul needs it at this time. And what they'll do in the next lifetime has to do with integrating everything they got out of this lifetime and sharing it with other people. And simultaneously, I've also seen that people who have a chart like the one you've got is where they do the thing for themselves. And by doing it for themselves, it leaves a trail of inspiration behind them. And that's what they're here to do for others is inspire them. And that's what I see here for you. A big piece of your journey is learning how to just be yourself, my dear. Be yourself in your relationships, specifically with your family and at work. And by so doing that, you do serve other people. You show them the spiritual truth and the reality of being committed to oneself being the best way to make money and the best way to live in partnerships that allows them to succeed and thrive in the physical world. And so know that the more you honor your own truths, speak those truths, share those truths, share your process of evolution with people, share the things that you have experienced that are allowing you to become a different person and tell those stories about yourself, it is lighting up other people and going, wow, Man, that Krista, I learned something from watching KB. I learned something. And that is what I needed. I wouldn't have learned it if that KB didn't exist in my life showing me what she's up to. Wow. And so there's a commitment here, KB, to your own purpose and your spiritual path that is what you're meant to be doing, and just honoring, the ways that you want to be yourself and change, and to keep seeking deeper truth around who is KB. Keep going deeper. What does she want? Go even further. What is it going to take? Who do I have to become in order to have what I want? That's the work for you. The more you're doing that, the more people you're inspiring. Okay. Okay, KB. That's a read, baby cakes. Oh, you're welcome, honey. I'm so happy that that sounds good for you. It makes a lot of sense with what you're currently experiencing, doing those things now, finally. Good. Good. Keep sharing your stories about those things, because as you share your stories about those things, it's going to go a long way in inspiring the people around you and getting them to a place where, they're really able to take their next step simply because you were a part of what inspired them. Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much for letting me read for you, KB. I look forward to our personal time together for your reading. All right, Autumn, we're back. Thank you so much, both for your patience and for working with me in the way that I can work with you now that I'm doing the reading. Opportunity for refund is closed. I did give you the option. But you picked a question. I'm going to read for you based on the question that you asked. Okay. 14th of March, 3/14/2015, 8:30 p.m. Okay. Got it. Let's go share the screen. It looks like your question was, stop that. Come on back. Okay. Hey, Kim Mai. It's so good to see you, sweetie. So good to see you. Okay, Miss Jonette, I see your question here, but there are 1, 2, 3, 4 other people in front of you, and this chat is going to go very quickly. Or not quickly. There's going to be a lot more chat happening before I get to your question. So for Jonette and everyone, I need you to hold your question until I call your name. Happy birthday, Ken. Happy birthday, sweetheart. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. I'm not going to sing the rest of that song. Maybe I am. Happy birthday to you. So nice to have gotten to know you, Ken. Okay. Miss Autumn says, where do you see the union going in the future? Thank you, Kay. You are welcome, Autumn. I super appreciate you being willing to work with me the way that I can work. Okay, so because this is a mini reading, I can only pick kind of like one thing to look at. And the one thing that's really standing out is what's going on in the 7th house of committed partnership for you too, Autumn. And that's a healing this year. An individualized healing, because your 7th house is ruled by the sign of the individual, Aries. And because this Aries energy is receiving this Chiron activation this year, Chiron's going to move here and it's going to sit here for about the next 6 years or so. As Chiron enters that 7th house, there's going to be each of you healing a lot of what has happened in the connection prior to now, and what allowing things to come into a place where both of you have the opportunity to not give each other responsibility for your wounds. Very often in relationships, we make the other person responsible for making sure that we don't feel our wounds, or make them responsible for healing our wounds, or we make them responsible for, um, you know, avoiding our wounds. But managing our wounding, that's up to us. And this Chiron and the sign of the individual on the seventh house is going to bring forward for both of you the necessity of dealing with your own wounds on your own, and not trying to embroil the other person in dealing with our wounds. Recognizing and being accountable and responsible for, got it, this is my issue. It came before you. It gets triggered by you, but it is not yours to fix. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to get the counseling, the therapy, the healing, the courses that I need to handle my own wounds. And this Chiron entrance here to the seventh house of committed partnership is going to bring that recognition forward for both of you. Both of you are going to go, aha, I see I have a wound here and I need to deal with that. Both of you will have that recognition this year and next year. And then you'll have the next several years to begin the process of doing the work required to become whole people, and that you will be two whole people who come together. And that's what your seventh house is asking of you when it comes to your connection. For the connection to deepen, each of you has to become complete individuals. That's what Aries is, following their own motivation, their own drive, their own hopes, wishes, and dreams, following their own passions. And where you each have woundings around passion or around motivation or around drive, or where each of you has clipped your own wings, Autumn, so that you can stay in the connection, and said, oh, I won't go after that because that's going to compromise our connection. Or, oh, I'll put that dream on the shelf because it'll take me away from the other person. Where each of you has clipped your own wings, Autumn, this Chiron transit is going to ask you both to cut it out. Stop doing that. to basically stop clipping your own wings, because this only comes together when each of you are spreading your own wings in their full glory. Okay? So that's what I see for you, Miss Autumn. I thank you so much for trusting me to read for you. I'm sure that, probably wasn't what you wanted to hear, but Spirit showed me what you needed to hear. And I thank you so much for trusting me and for trusting your own intuition as you integrate the information in a way that really allows you to take your next step. And again, for everyone listening, it's super important to trust your intuition, whether it's me or some other kind of reader. It's just impossible for us to have a 100% crystal clear window into exactly how things are going in your life, because we're just not there all the time. And there are many ways that transits can be interpreted. And so it's just important for you to find the interpretation that resonates with what you're seeing in your circumstance. Excuse me. Further, yeah, let me just get into my PayPal. Give you guys a little bit of extra loving. Okay. Miss Miriam, we got you. Lisa Boudreau. Lisa B, you're on the list, baby. Okay. Thanks for letting me read for you. I really appreciate it, Autumn. I hope something in there resonated for you. Okay, my love. Take what resonates, leave the rest, and know that in a mini reading, there's only so much I can get to. in a single question to be able to support you. And that was the information that Spirit pointed out to me to share with you that would help you most at this time. Okay. Cool. Miss Amy B, for those of you who, you're loving this, if you would go ahead and hit that like button, that would be amazing. And then, let's just see something here. Okay, cool. I know a lot of you are here because I'm not offering, twin flame readings at this time. To be notified when twin flame readings are back, I am going to share it with my private list first. And in order to get on that private list, all you need to do is click that link. It'll take you to a sign up page where you'll also get my latest energy update for my private list. And I sent that out, I think it was Wednesday of this week. And that energy update talks about the energies of this time. So if you want to get on the private list, you're welcome to do that. Amy, no Amy still. All right, Trish, it's you, babe. I'm going to have to give Amy a refund. She's not here. Trish, holla. What is your question, Trish? If you're new here, feel free to subscribe. That way, next time I do readings, you'll be the first to know. And once I open up, you'll be able to get on the list early. Okay? Okay. Trish, it is your turn. Thanks for your patience, Lady Trish. If you would go ahead and place your question, that would be awesome. After Trish, we have Katerzina, Jonette, then Amber, in that order. Awesome, Trish. Thank you. He's a Pisces. I'm a Gemini. Woo! Big times coming up for you too. With this little big Sagittarius Gemini eclipse cycle. We first met June 21st, 2008. Okay. We last saw each other. We live in different energies surrounding. Got it. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you so much, Gemini Princess. I really appreciate that. Okay. And the list is definitely open if anyone is joining and would like to hop on it. Okay, so share screen real quick. Pisces, I'm a gem. You have a twin anniversary coming up as well. Happy twin anniversary, my love. Okay, Australia, Sydney. Okay. Cool. All right, Trish. Energy surrounding our connection. Let's see what's going on. Okay, closing out a massive cycle. Big new beginnings coming in 2021. Okay. So, closing out a massive cycle, closing it out together. He's got a new beginning upon him. Your new beginning occurs in the fall of this year. His new beginning occurs at the start of next year. The two of you have a massive new beginning in 2021. The new beginning is evidenced by the eclipse cycle, which will impact the Gemini-Sagittarius axis. This is your axis of manifestation in this connection, Trish. 11th house is wish fulfillment, and 5th house is our creative works and offspring. as your axis of manifestation, which is where you sit as the feminine energy, or I shouldn't say you because you both have feminine energies. The feminine energy in this connection has a real capacity to kind of author, is the word I'll use, the new beginning, and to write out what she wants this new beginning to be about and how she wants this new beginning to go. Because this is Sag Gemini, we're talking about communication. So this is truly about writing what you want, speaking what you want, naming and claiming what you want as if it already exists, when it comes to the connection. Now, I'm not talking about manifesting that other person to do your bidding. I am talking about manifesting the highest light and divine order with as much seamless, not seamless, what's the right word? With the smoothest possible integration for both of you as possible. So, whatever's in highest order for him and highest order for you, that truth comes forward, that the truth win out. That's the kind of thing you can manifest. And if there's a path here, you can speak to the divine in this way. If there's a path here with both of us on it, happy and together, then I ask that path to present itself. And that's the kind of manifestation you can do. Not likely you can manifest another person to do your bidding. You could, but that's kind of against the laws of light. And I just wouldn't recommend it because that often backfires. That being said, he's at a closing of the cycle. Both of your masculine energies are in your sleep states. The two of you are in the process of relinquishing a lot of some of the energies that you've had with other people that predate this incarnation. Both of you may find that you are quite tired, very exhausted, working really hard, and trying your darndest to go about the business of releasing the past. And because this is 12th house subconscious mind, this is past that neither one of you are consciously aware of, but it's happening when you're in that REM state of sleep. 12th house equals sleep. Saturn over the moon of this connection is telling me that this connection is going through a period of separation at this time, while you both do what you have to do separately to bring about this ending psychically together. That's what I see, my love. It's a big time. The ending cycle goes through, I would say, middle of next year. The beginning cycle overlaps with it. The beginning cycle starts in January of next year, and that beginning cycle goes through the end of next year. But there's going to be closings, psychic closings, going on, from past lives and energetically in the sleep realm all the way through this time next year. He's losing his job with an airline. Yeah. Trish, there's going to be a lot more stuff than that ends up going. And it's all because the things that are going are things that are tied to cycles from past lifetimes. They're tied to energies that neither one of you needs anymore, and you're shedding them. The soul contracts with those people, you've completed them, is kind of what that energy is with the Capricorn 12th house this particular year. You've completed a lot of those soul contracts, you're tying them up. And so that does mean oftentimes work changes, friends change, family members pass, neighbors change, new teachers come in, old teachers roll out. That happens when we complete a cycle in a chapter. So thank you so much for letting me read for you, Katarzyna. It's your turn. Thanks for letting me read for you, Miss Trish. After Katarzyna, we have Jonette, then Amber, then Satsuki, in that order. Not an easy time, Trish. Not an easy time at all. Looking for Katarzyna. Are you ready with your question? After Katarzyna, we have Jonette, Amber, Satsuki, Miriam, and Lisa B. The list is open, so if anyone would like to join it, you are more than welcome. Thanks, Kasia. What's happening for him? Okay, let's look. Okay, cool. You're welcome, Miss Trish. March 20, Rice Lake, Minnesota. Just remember, Trish, because that is, which Rice Lake are we talking about? St. Louis, Steele, or Wright? Cassia, tell me which Rice Lake and I'll pick one. I'll put that one in. Trish, it's really important to remember because that was your union chart. Those endings are for you too. It's not just him. There's going to be some changes in your life too. That map to the timeline that we just spoke about. Okay. And those new beginnings are going to be for you too on that axis of wish fulfillment. So both of you have the opportunity to call out to the universe and to say, hey, universe, I'm going to really need this. This is what I want. This is where I want to go. This is what matters to me. Both of you can author your new beginning, by writing it down, naming and claiming it, speaking it into existence. That's going to be extremely powerful for you two as manifestors in this next cycle. Okay, Miss Kasia, I thank you so much for your patience, my love. Okay. What's going on for him? Well, let's see. Wow, his 12th house is stacked. He too is going through a closeout of sorts, a new beginning of sorts. So, one of the big things that's about to happen for him, Jesus, stacked. This man is a megawatt Aries. I've never seen this much Aries energy in a chart. It's hilarious to me. Okay. So one of the things that's going on here, Cassia, has he been a little unstable, hon? Has he been a little bit kind of, like, oh, Cassia, this is Wisconsin. Okay, baby. Hang on. Rice Lake, Wisconsin. Got it. Okay, that only changes not very much, actually. Display transit by will now. It doesn't change very much. Okay. He's been unstable. Yeah, I see that here. He's been really struggling. Okay, so what's happening that's causing the instability for him is that his old wounds are coming up and marionetting, kind of almost puppet stringing him a little bit, like marionette stringing and puppeteering him in a way that's causing him to feel unstable, truly. It's like he wakes up in the morning with, like, this looks like anxiety. Like he's dealing with depression and anxiety. when I look at this particular configuration. And much of it has to do with some of his old wounds, some of them not even from this lifetime. I can see Uranus is dredging up some stuff from a past life at the moment for him. A lot of this is happening in the subconscious mind, so he doesn't even know why he feels the way he feels. And yeah, it looks like he's really painfully struggling with how to navigate wounds that he doesn't understand the root to, and changes in his external environment. It also looks like maybe he lost his job. Did he lose his job or lose his house? Did he just move? It looks like one of the two of those just happened. He either lost his job or his house. It looks like job to me, but that also looks like it's going to force him to move. Katarzyna. Okay. So, my time's up here for a mini reading, but I do see the feminine here, the divine feminine here in the house of healing and well-being. And it looks like being connected to you, there are certain truths that you can impart from your divine feminine energy that are going to help him get through this so that he doesn't completely crash. So unstable, yes. Inconsistent, absolutely. Business wasn't working so well. He's being asked to let it go, Kasya. He's being shown he needs to do a different kind of business or completely change the way he's operating it. With this energy here, he needs to move into operating his business completely online is and learn how to operate a business completely online. Take what was brick and mortar, that's Capricorn, and move it online, that's Aquarius. So I don't know how he's going to do that, but that's either a completely new business or moving his current business online is what's called for in the physical world, and what's happening in the spiritual world is a little bit of a nervous breakdown. I'm not going to lie. That was nervous breakdown energy. So yeah, it looks like just being connected to him really helps him at this time. It helps him like with his sanity, Kasya. So do what you can to stay connected in the way that's safe and okay for you. Like, don't get yourself into a situation where you're giving from an empty cup. That's not fair to you. You're not supposed to save him. You're only there to be a support, and you can't support him if you're depleted. So take care of you as best as you can. And be honest about where you're at, but know that honestly, Kasya, this man has nothing to give you right now. I'm going to be very honest about that. If you're expecting a certain type of like, be respectful in this way and honor me in this way and connect with me in that way, at least show me you care that I'm in your life. Kasya, he has no energy for any of that. None of it. None of it at all. And so it's going to be super important for you to show yourself that you care, for you to heal yourself, for you to honor yourself and show yourself that you matter, because he's not in a position to give that in this connection in any connection at this time at all, period. He's at the moment, he needs a lot. He needs to receive a lot from the universe, and it's not your responsibility to give it. He's in a place where he needs to receive support and help from the divine. And that's okay. Let him receive his support from the divine. That is not you. You are not source. You are not going to fix it. Okay. And so good, Kasya. I'm glad you took the break that you needed to take care of you. Don't give from an empty cup. Okay, Kasya. It's not fair to you. do what you can to be supportive, but it's not your job to fix it. Jonette, it's your turn, baby cakes. Thanks for letting me read for you, Kasia. I appreciate it. I hope some of that helped you. Definitely keep listening to your intuition there. And, know that I did the best that I could with a single question mini reading. And that, that this is what I just saw, that's going to be a few years and unfolding. Yeah, I know. I just felt you go, a few years? Yeah, a few years. He's going to be better in a couple years' time. He'll be on better footing, but he needs to get the job transition to happen first. That's going to take about a year. Once the job transition happens, he'll be in a more stable place to look at what the heck is happening inside me and why do I feel so crazy right now. And that the job stability will help his mental health, but he still is going to need mental health support to get through this, and spiritual health support. This is kind of like a spiritual breakdown a little bit. And so, this is going to take some space, some time, some room, which is why I'm really encouraging you, do not deplete yourself. It is not your job to save him or fix him. He's going to go through this with the universe helping him. You are not the entirety of the universe. Okay. You can only do what you can do. Okay, cool, Cassia. Yeah, good. All the divine feminines have been going through that, needing to listen to themselves a lot more. Okay, Amber, Seth, nope, Jonette. Jonette, it is your turn. If you would go ahead and place your question, Miss Jonette, and it's totally okay if you're not here, I will refund you, don't worry. Amber, Satsuki, and Miriam. I'm going to read for you next in that order. Please get your questions ready. Okay, awesome. If you're willing to just hit that like button, you guys, I would really appreciate that. And subscribe to the channel so that you know when I go live next. That would be fantastic. And then if you know you would like a personal reading, you're welcome, Kasia. I'm so happy that was resonant for you. Cool. Okay, if you'd like a personal reading, please email me at chrysalismoon@gmail.com. You'll get an autoresponder that explains how to get a reading. Okay, Jonette, I got you. Jonette, what time of day was it when the two of you met? What time of day was it? Was it morning, afternoon, evening? Can you give it to me within about 2 hours? That would be fantastic. Ooh, you have a twiniversary coming up. Happy twiniversary, Jonette. 10 p.m. Got it. Cool. And you asked me energy around our relationship. That could mean so many things. Like, what are the current lessons? That could mean how you guys fit together. That could mean so many things. Jonette, do you have a more specific question you want me to answer? Could you be more specific about what you'd like to know? That would be so helpful, my love. Because I really want to get you the information you really want to have. Okay, got you. Um, hmm. I can't answer that question, but it is a good question. That would be a good question for a psychic. Because of this eighth house connection between the two of you, someone who does like mind reading, Jonah, you could ask someone who does that, but I don't do that. But because both divine feminine and divine masculine are sitting here in the eighth house, I'm inclined to say that he knows something is different about this. Um, he knows something. What's Jonette say? Is communication in the future? That's a great question. That's something I can see what goes on in the charts. Let's take a look. Um, no, I don't see that, Jonette. What I do see, it looks to me like you guys are in a cycle of separate, like full on separation. Like there's no seeing each other and there's no communication at all. Um, I'm going to do the communication one, Jonette. I'm going to talk about communication for you, okay? Because I can only do one question on a mini reading. This is a single question mini reading. So I'm going to answer communication questions or look into communication for the two of you. Um, the psychic communication looks like it's quite profound for the two of you. Leo, and then where is Mercury? And then where is Moon? Got it. You guys look like you have a really flirtatious relationship when you do talk. It's very cute. Um, very flirtatious. But I don't see communication right now, and that's evidenced by a couple of things. Um, when I'm looking at twins and looking at how, how things are going between them, how they're progressing, when I see a Pluto Saturn opposition to one or both of them, it lets me know that communication, like the stability of the connection, has been interrupted, that there's some level of change and transformation. And that if they're not in communication while there's an aspect from Pluto or Saturn, it's because something about the way they were communicating was completely misaligned and out of integrity for the two of them. It wasn't something about the way they were communicating didn't serve one or both of them. And it's because Saturn demands integrity, demands it. And when we're not in integrity with what's being asked of for our highest good, Saturn will say, up, time out, everybody go back to your corner, time out. And Saturn will separate us. And that's as Saturn approaches any area of the chart, any house, any sign, any planet, that's what Saturn does. And that you're not in communication right now, especially with a hard angle where Saturn is opposing as opposed to complementing this energy. That lets me know, okay, there's just something that's misaligned here, and you guys are being placed in timeout so that whoever was out of alignment, whether it was you or whether it was them or whether it was both of you, the interaction wasn't aligned with where things are supposed to be going. Now, when I look for communication for the two of you in this chart, I'm looking for Saturn to be harmoniously aspecting, where the two of you sit in this eighth house. So that would be Saturn getting out here. And it would be Saturn out here. It would also be, which is a while from now. It's a few years from now. I'm going to be very honest with you. But Saturn's placement, as Saturn gets here into Aquarius, you can get back into some form of communication. That's definitely possible for the two of you. Especially on his side, as we get to this eclipse cycle, the Gemini Sagittarius eclipse cycle, communication could for sure come in, but that it would be stable, that it would be long lasting. The chart doesn't show that. And simultaneously, like I'm honor bound to tell you, we can transcend our charts anytime we want to. I don't see why you wouldn't, Jonette, unless here's the caveat on communication and reconnection. If someone has told you, please don't ever contact me again. If they have given you all of the red flags, they're slowing down their responses, they are missing responding to you, and you're reaching out more than once and then they respond to you. Or if they have said to you, hey, you know, if they've ghosted or blocked you, not said anything at all, it's very hard to come back from those places. Very, very hard. And so it's just important to honor where people are at and the pace that they want to work, and to trust that the divine plan is in place for this. I can't guarantee that you two are going to see each other again. I have no idea, Jonette. That's really up to you guys' free will. I have no idea what you guys said in your parting, and what it's going to take to come back from the way things broke. The chart can't tell us that. Only you know that. And what happened there is, I mean, the stars can't fix it. You two have to fix it. But when I look at your chart, what I do see for communication, and it does seem really important to tell you, let me just show you the way your house is set up. Your communication house here is Pisces. And what it needs in order for communication to be like flowing, it's going to need, where is your Neptune? Okay. It's going to need a lot of truth. It's going to need both of you to be oriented to the truth and be completely willing to embrace that. And Jonette, for you, that might be, I don't know your circumstance. That might be, he's a married man and he has told me he wants nothing to do with me. The second you accept that, surrender to it, that orientation to the truth is going to open up the universal gates for communication. I don't know. That's just an example. So it's going to need an orientation to the truth. The second thing that this is going to need is a willingness to do your own transformative work at the time and in the order that you are called to do it in. And I don't know what your transformative work is, but that's for both of you to figure out. There's an order, because Gemini is discernment and right order, right timing. And the 8th house is all about transformation. So doing the right pieces of transformational work in the right order is also going to unlock communication here. But that's going to take a lot of internal trust and intuition to lean into, okay, what am I being shown I need to work on at this time? And as long as you're following that path and that pattern, both of you, it can't just be you, it also has to be them too. As long as you're listening within in that way, the universe will support communication opening up between the two of you. But again, you got to really honor those caveats. Did they tell you they don't want to talk to you again? I don't know. You don't need to tell me. You just need to know the truth for yourself. Did they tell you, don't call me, I'll call you? So that happens for some people. May not have happened for you, but that happens for some people. Whatever the truth is, get oriented to it, A, and B, honor the red flags. If there were any red flags, like ghosting or, completely stopping, like slowing down communication, or they straight up told you, I don't want to talk to you, there's nothing you can do to force that. You got to just let them work their timetable and work their process. Okay. So definitely spent a little bit more time on that than I tend to in a mini reading. But I think the answers are that I provided with you are going to be useful for other people who are also in no communication, Jonette. So, lean into your intuition. There's definitely a lot of indication there that you would need to pay attention to your own intuition to handle communication between the two of you. You've got to honor your own intuition. Okay. Jonette, I thank you for letting me read for you, and I'm trusting that you understand that I've done the very best that I could with a single question mini reading. I don't know your whole story, but I've given you the best insight that I can based on what I saw in a single question. Thanks everyone for being here. Welcome, VS. Great to see you. Lovely to have you. Hey, Preeti. Welcome, hun. So nice to meet you. Yeah, Ginkgo, it is a better time for my EU people. So I figured I'd try a little bit earlier to see if any of my EUers wanted to join. Preeti, these are paid live readings. So if you would like to ask a question, you're welcome to. Let me just get the payment information for you real quick. If you want to ask a question, you can. The question you just asked is not one that I can answer. I have no idea if there are girls in his life before you. You would need to ask a psychic that, honey. And I don't have that ability. The journey at this time. Okay, cool. Date you met was in Natchez, Missouri. Okay. Makes me think about nachos. I would love some nachos right now. Oh, Mississippi, not Missouri. Okay. 7 p.m. Thank you. Fabulous. All right, let me share the screen. The list is definitely open if anyone would like to get on it. Yeah, it's still open, VS. You can jump on the list if you want. It's not too long either. I'm going to read for Prop Mama, and then Satsuki, Miriam, Lisa, Jennifer, and then it's your turn if you want to jump on it. Unless anyone else is paid and I just missed it, which is possible. I'm going to check the payment apps in a second, VS. Okay. So let's see. What is going on with us at this time? Okay, well, he's got some changes going on in the arena of relationship and communication. He may be changing the way he's communicated with you. Does look like there was a separation here between you of some sort, that there's some level of not being able to come together emotionally the way you would like. That kind of started at the start of this year. And then it also looks like You're being prepared for a megawatt change, girl. Megawatt. Um, as evidenced by the Sagittarius Gemini eclipse cycle, this is going to open up the changes in terms of what you're manifesting together. This is going to open up the changes between the two of you in the feminine energy. The feminine energy between the two of you is stepping into high caliber manifestation mode. This would be your axis of manifestation. 11th house is the house of wish fulfillment. And the fifth house here is the house of, creative works and creative offspring, the things we bring forward with our creations. And with the feminine energy sitting here, a series of eclipses coming. Yeah, and the ruler of Sagittarius being here in the house of communication, and the ruler of Gemini being here in the house of creativity. I really would advise you to, this is not something I advise for everyone, but for you, write out what you want for this connection. When you think about, your deepest love and the deepest truth about how you want things to go between the two of you, write it down. Like I said this to someone else earlier, it's not really, you can't really manifest somebody else to do your bidding. I mean, you can, but that's against the laws of light, and I don't advocate for that. So if you're trying to write down and manifest, we're going to be married and have a house, and we're going to have kids, and then we're going to do this business together, that's not really love. That's called, that we do that when we're just trying to, like, if we're trying to force someone into that role, that doesn't work. When we allow someone to, when we say this is what we want and we're manifesting for the right person to step into that, then the universe can work with that because it's not against the laws of light. But when you think about, okay, what did my person say they wanted based on, the desires that the divine put in their heart? That's what they want. Great. I'm going to write it down and I'm going to visualize that that's happening for them. What do I want based on the desires in my heart? Okay, I'm going to write it down. I'm going to visualize that for me. And then you can leave it to the divine, like, hey, if there is also a path where these two things intersect, where they can have that and I can have this and we can be happy together, then I manifest that. Giving the divine that leeway and giving yourself that permission as well goes a long way to making sure that your manifestation comes through in the absolute highest vibration as opposed to a backfiring vibration or one that just doesn't manifest. But you're really encouraged at this time. Write down precisely what you want, exactly how you want it to go. Write it out and manifest it, because you will. With this next eclipse cycle, this 18 months is a massive manifestation window for you. And map out what you want to manifest for the connection, like their highest good, your highest good, that kind of thing, because I know, for example, my twin and I were in a particular kind of rut and then a manifestation window open. And I was like, I knew I couldn't manifest that he would do certain things, but what I did manifest for was that the truth would be made so clear that it couldn't be ignored. And that's a type of manifestation. It's like what he does with the truth, I don't know. But that the truth would be so clear that it would be unignorable. Well, now we're working here. Makes sense? So that's the kind of thing you can kind of utilize to work with this. You can work with this energy, or how you can work with that kind of energy. Okay. So yeah, Miss Amber, Miss Prop Mama, thank you for letting me read for you and trusting that I saw the best answer your chart could work with, and what was going on at the journey. Big changes, window of manifestation opening, work within it. Okay, Satsuki, where are you at, baby girl? I haven't seen you post. Satsuki, are you here? After Satsuki, then we have Miriam, Lisa, and Jennifer. Thank you, Miss Decker. Appreciate you being ready, honey. Okay, let's see. No contact, any chance we can connect again, even as friends? If so, when? Okay. I can tell you when the universe supports it for sure. What he will do with it and what you'll do with it, I don't know. I'd like to know what energy surrounds my career and where it might possibly go. Jonette, didn't I just read for you, baby? Did you make another payment, Jonette? It looks like you did. Jonette, I will add you again. You are after VS. And VS, you are after Anna. So Jennifer, Anna, VS, and then Jonette. Okay, babes. Sounds good. Jonette, hold your question until I come back for you. There's about 5 people in front of you. Okay, Jonette? Hold your question and your birth details. Get it all into one chat. Hold your birth details and your question until I come back to you, until it's your turn again. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Miss Decker. Mm-hmm. I'll look in a second, Steffi, okay? I'm trusting that LA means Los Angeles, California. Satsuki, will you please confirm that you mean Los Angeles, California? Okay. Satsuki. Los Angeles. Okay, perfect. That's what I assumed. Okay, 5/21/2010, reconnection again. Yes, it's possible. I would say it might most be likely next year in 2021. I mean, with the eclipses on the Sag Gemini axis, I could see that being a possibility, mainly because that's a real possibility because the feminine energy sits here in Gemini, the masculine energy sits here in Pisces, and the Sag Gemini eclipse cycle, these are both mutable signs, Gemini and Pisces. That eclipse cycle is going to impact both the masculine and feminine energy pretty significantly in this chart. However, it could happen then. However, Satsuki, it also could not. There's the Neptune transit through the 7th house of this connection, really dissolving it from becoming anything more stable at this time. There's also that eclipse cycle squaring the late stages of the third house of communication of this connection, which is going to make it really hard for both people to face truth in a coming together. But it's going to be important in order for two people to come together with that kind of third house to face a lot of truth, and honor what is true for the other person. Additionally, the ruler of that third house is getting squared. Sorry, that eclipse cycle is not squared, but it's happening on that third house. The ruler's getting squared. And then there's this Mercury situation, right? And so the Mercury is getting a divine upgrade here from Uranus in the eighth house, where things are hidden in the house of alchemy. So while both of you are not talking, what this is showing me is that both of you are being matured. You're being grown. It's like the universe said, okay, 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 they're not communicating correctly at this time. So we're going to put them in timeout. We're going to grow Satsuki, and we're going to grow whatever your twins person name is. We're going to grow you, and then we'll give you the opportunity to see if you might like to be in communication again. But while this thing is going on, because it's in the house of the cocoon, it's not very likely that there's going to be a lot of communication in the soon time. It's possible, but it doesn't look like it gets stabilized until this Uranus is further away, and that's not until next year. Um, and then the last thing I'll say is that I've said this to a few other people, Satsuki, it's really important to honor the way things broke. I don't know why you two aren't communicating at this time, but when I look at what's going on here, um, I don't see a reason not to be in communication that would have occurred in the last year or two. Specifically last year, I don't see a reason to not be in communication. What I do see, maybe 2 years ago, but not this last year. What I do see is that there are some lessons here for both people to be learning, Satsuki. And will you come back into communication as friends? It depends on what you both want. If one or both of you wasn't honoring the other person's truth, it's going to be really hard to come back from that because the trust is broken. Um, you know, it's if that person's truth was, I don't like you the way you like me, can you please not engage in that kind of conversation with me? I like being your friend, but I don't want to marry you or sleep with you. But you proceeded to go, don't you see the connection? He's with a partner. Okay, that's another reason people go out of communication. Because they just want to honor the thing that they've chosen to do. They want to back it up with their words. They want to be the best version of themselves possible. So maybe when that connection's over, Satsuki, maybe. As long as there weren't like harsh words or anything between the two of you, yeah, I would say why not? It's possible. Um, Satsuki, I thank you for letting me read for you. That's about as much as I can see in a single question mini reading. I can't see more than that, honey. With one question. Jennifer, Lisa, did we do Lisa? Yeah, here's Lisa. Okay, so Miriam, it's your turn. If you could paste your question. Lisa, you're after, then Jennifer, then Anna, then VS, then Jonette again. And let's just see if there's anyone in the other application. Oh my, acting funny. Okay. Okay. Um, Satsuki, I thank you for letting me read for you. I know that's not really the answer you wanted, that you wanted something more definitive, like, yes, you will, and here is when. But astrology doesn't work like that. Um, the universe can provide invitations, but it doesn't cuff people and drag them and force them, you know? So there's that. We have to kind of honor what people want to do with the energy. We don't get to dictate what they're going to do with the energy. Okay. Okay, Miss Miriam. So I thank you for understanding that. And also, honey, lean into your intuition, Satsuki. Lean into your intuition about this, about when to reach out and how and why. Um, and why you're hilarious. I love you. Ah, she really is, the best moderator ever. um, okay, good, Satsuki, good. I'm glad you understand. Um, okay. Um, Miriam says September 14th, Los Angeles. I know, she's like a moderator, like it's her part-time job though, right? Oh my gosh. What would we do without Gemini Princess? She seriously, I can't do what I do without people like her, specifically her. So let's have a look here for Miriam. What is your question, Miss Miriam? When will I find a permanent job that will make me happy and stable? That is a fabulous question, Miriam. Let's look. So, I mean, that's a interesting, I won't say it's a tall order, but given your chart, we need to satisfy your Mercury requirements, your moon requirements, and your sun requirements all at the same time in order to fulfill that. So let me just see what that's going to look like from a universal support perspective. Your sun and moon are in mutual reception there. Yikes. Yikety yikes, baby cakes. Um, all right, so this is what I'm going to tell you based on what I see here and some of the placements kind of moving about the wheel. Um, I do think next year could be a very good year for you career wise, 2021, once Jupiter gets out here into your fifth, into Aquarius fully, because then Jupiter will harmoniously aspect your Gemini midheaven and your natal Mercury, which is the ruler of that Gemini midheaven. Once Jupiter is out here in the later degrees, and that'll be about this time next year, it looks like at that point, you will find yourself in a location where you are financially, you're doing all right. And it feels good. It feels like there's growth. And it looks like it allows you to feel like yourself, which I can see is a requirement of you in the work world, is to feel like yourself. Now, between now and then, my love, maybe a few hit and misses. You may have some stepping stone gigs between now and then, but that doesn't mean discount them. The stepping stone gigs may get you to the thing that's really going to fulfill you. Now, I will tell you, based on the other placements here, I mean, we've got a Saturn situation going on that is not particularly harmonious with your moon. We've also got that Saturn, we've got a series of eclipses that are not particularly harmonious with your sun. That being said, it's not going to be an easy ride, number one. And number two, what actually fulfills you and makes you good money and makes you happy in the long term, in the short term, may come with a bunch of lessons, Miss Miriam. And so you want to keep that in mind, dear, that sometimes gifts show up in packages that don't glitter. And as you're going about things, the first key that you want to look for is to satisfy that midheaven's needs, which is, can you be yourself at the job? Can you be yourself? Can you communicate the way you communicate? And when you're being yourself, communicating the way you communicate, is it working? Or are you constantly getting flack because there's misunderstandings? As long as there's workable communication, that is your signal that this particular situation, even though it may be complex at the outset, it does get smoother down the road. It does make you more happy and more fulfilled down the road. But the things that come in, they're not going to look like what you just said at the outset. They will become it over time if you have the first piece right. And the first piece is, can you be yourself? All right. So I get you, Miriam. I think we're all kind of in that place where it's like, dang, when is this going to shift? And for you in particular, it does look like by about February, March, April of next year, things really start to move in a more harmonious direction for you, work wise. But like I said, these first couple of years at whatever job it is, it's going to be tricky. It's not going to feel great right up front. You're going to be like, dang, I wish wasn't the case or that wasn't the issue. And those things will shift over time. Okay. Lisa B, you're next. Lisa B, if you could place your question, I thank you for that. After Lisa B, we have Jennifer, then Anna, then VS in that order. Please get your questions ready to paste so that we can move pretty quickly without any lag time between people. You're welcome, Miss Miriam. I thank you so much for letting me read for you. Just keep paying attention to, can I be myself at this job? Is it paying me enough? No. Will it later? Probably, if I can be myself. Can I be myself at this job? Does it look stable? No. Might it be later? Yes, if I can be myself at this job. Like, that's your particular path, is all things start with, can I be myself and can I communicate at this job? Okay. Let's just see, there was a payment that came through from Tina. Are you Moonbeams? Oh yeah, Miss Tina, there you are. I see you, babe. Cool. So Lisa B, are you still here or do I need to refund you, honey? Let me know. And if you haven't hit the like button already, if you would be so kind as to do that, I would really appreciate that. Thank you. If you're not subscribed, definitely do so, because then you'll be the first to know the next time I do this. which is exciting because then you won't have to wait online. So, yeah, definitely give yourself that opportunity if you'd like that, to not have to. Steffi, I don't have a payment from you, honey. Unless you are also Lisa, Jennifer, Anna, Vanessa, or Jonette, or Tina, I don't have a payment from you, sweetie. So you're going to need to let me know where you paid. Was it PayPal or was it Venmo? And did you, like, what happened? Is it pending? Because I don't see a payment from Steffi there, honey. Okay. Okay, Lisa. Okay, and Steffi, is your name Steffi on PayPal or is it a different name? Lisa, what's your question, sweet pea? Okay, can you see anything in my chart to make more clear my life purpose and work career? Yes, ma'am. I can look for that for you. Yes, ma'am. All right, Miss Boudreaux, Oklahoma City. Three, 5, 1979. Lisa, do you have a birth time? Lisa, what's your birth time, honey? And welcome in everyone who's joining. It's so nice to have you guys here. The list is still open and you are welcome to get on it. It's actually not very long at this point. So, Talene, I just got you. Welcome everyone who's just joining. I'm just catching up on the payments to make sure that I have everyone in here correctly. Okay. $5:30 a.m. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Lisa. Thank you. Hey, Loretta. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Moonbeams. I don't see you here in PayPal, honey. I don't see you here. Are you? I see Tina. Are you Tina Moonbeams? Let me know. Okay, Miss Lisa, let's come on back now that you've given me the time. That is exactly what I needed. $5:30 a.m. Fabulous. Okay, 1 second. I need to just make an adjustment here. Okay. You want to make clear your life purpose. Let's have a look, Miss Lisa. Thank you for your patience while I got all the pieces together. Okay, having a look. Why don't you want to play, little timer? Okay. So when I look for life purpose for a person, I look at their 10th house of fame and honors and career, their first house of their sense of self, their second house of earned income, fifth house of creative works and offspring, and sixth house of service. So that being said, once I look at those and the signs that are on those houses, I look at the rulers of those signs to see how they relate. So just give me a second to be a little bit quiet here, Lisa, to dig into that. All right. Hmm. You know what's interesting, Lisa, is there's a couple of different energies that indicate that some kind of work with families and family advocacy and supporting families um, or homes, like doing work with homes. I don't know if you're an architect or a builder or you do interior design or something like that. Um, This seems to be less about, well, it could be about the creative aspects and the creativity pieces, but this is definitely speaking a lot about, um, you know, families and homes and working within the family unit or around homes and the way they get built. that really allows you to thrive and to shine. There's something either about creating congruent spaces that really serve families well, or creating congruent communication that allows people to be themselves in their families. That's what's indicated here is this kind of real support around either the structure of the home or the way homes, the way families operate within homes. All of that is what's indicated here. I don't know what you're doing now, but something along those lines is what immediately stands out. If we ever have a chance to do a much longer conversation, Lisa, we can look at how this links to the work you're currently doing and see where the bridge is. But that's what's standing out to me in the little slice of time I have and the minutes available to me in a mini reading. Now, that may not resonate for you at all at this point in time, and that's okay. Sometimes things don't resonate until much later, number one. And then number two, when they do resonate later, um, sometimes it's an iteration or a variation of what it is that we talked about as opposed to an exact. So know that, that you're going to have to dig into your intuition because there's only so much that I can do on a single question mini reading to get to the heart of the matter. And trust what your intuition is showing you about what resonates for you. Lisa B, you're next. After Lisa B, then we have Jennifer L. And after Jennifer L, then we have Anna in that order. So please go ahead and get your questions ready. I thank you so much for trusting me with your stars there as I looked. Okay. You're a stylist in TV and film. Okay, got it, Lisa. Sorry, we just did Lisa B. Jennifer L., you're next. So yeah, there was definitely something about allowing people to be themselves and be at home with themselves. And with that Neptune on your midheaven, there's definitely a gifting there in the world of entertainment with Neptune at the midheaven. Um, Either TV and film or music is typically prominent, some type of Pisces or Neptune connection in their chart or at the midheaven. Steffi, you're supposed to use the payment link, not the email address, sweetie. Guess that's why I didn't get it, because I don't take payments by email, Steffi. I only take payments by the links. So if you need a fee-free way to pay and that's why you did not use the link, then I encourage you to download Venmo. It is a mobile payment application. It works on the US side. It's not international, and it only works on mobile devices. If it's really important to you to have a fee-free way to pay, Steffi, use Venmo. But no, I do not take payments at my email address. Because PayPal just cuts too many fees. So either use the links, and you're just going to need to use the links. That's the only way to pay, because I don't take payment via the email addresses, sweetheart. Okay, moving on. Jennifer, have you shared your question? Yes, you have. Thank you. Okay, it does resonate. Okay, Lisa, good, good. And then after Jennifer, we have Anna, Vanessa, Jonah, Tina, Talene, Lisa, and Amber V. That's our list at the moment. And if you'd like to jump on it, you can. The list is definitely open. But yeah, it's not terribly long. We're going to do Jennifer now. Then we've got Anna, Vanessa, Jonette, Tina, Talene, Lisa, Amber in that order. Let's jump into JL. Lisa, I have you. Union energies. Steffi, I don't have it, baby. I don't know what to tell you. And I can't refund you something that doesn't show up on my end. You're going to have to talk to PayPal and cancel your payment because I don't have a payment for you at all, my dear. I'll check one more time, but if I don't see it, there's nothing I can do because legitimately it didn't come to me. It came someplace else. So you're going to have to cancel it and start over. But no, for future reference, I don't take payment at my email address. If you need a fee-free way to pay, some people do. I totally respect it. You're going to have to use Venmo. And no, I don't have anything here from anyone named Steffi at this point in time. So yeah, just cancel your payment and start over again. Oh wait, are you Stephanie Knific? If that's you, Stephanie Knific, you are after Anna. I have a Stephanie here, but I don't have a Steffi. So yeah, but for future reference, Steffi, if that's you, you're going to need to use the payment links. They're there for a reason. And I definitely do not take payment via my email address for a reason. So please honor and respect the way I set up the payment policies, because I set it up that way intentionally because there's a specific way I need to operate the business. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, you're in here after Anna, so get your question ready. Your turn is soon. It is like in the now time. I'm going to read for Jennifer, then I'm going to read for Anna, then I'm going to read for you, then it's VS and Jonette. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead. That's okay. It happens. It happens to everybody. Don't worry about it at this point, but going forward, the policies are the policies and they're those policies for a very specific reason. I really appreciate you respecting those. Okay, so JL, baby cakes, let me come back up here to your question. London, UK. When was this? 8/1. 2 p.m. Do you have a more specific question other than union energies? Because you taking your life in your own hands by asking me that question. I could tell you something, but it may not be what you really want to know. If you want something more specific, then I would suggest you map out a more specific question. I find people who have very specific questions are far more satisfied with their readings than people who kind of say, just generally update me. But if you're cool with a general update and whatever I see, then I will share with you whatever I see. But I have had some people come back and say, you didn't answer my question the way you answered so-and-so's question. And I'm like, because you didn't ask so-and-so's question. You asked for general energy and I gave you the general update that I saw there as the most important thing in the chart. And so it's really important for me that you get what you want. And the more specific you can be, the easier it's going to be for me to deliver that. Okay, JL. Well, what's happening for me and what I see may not be in alignment with what you feel like you need to know. Just like I said, know that you're taking your life in your own hands when you ask me to just generally look, because I can only see so much in a single question reading and it may not get to what matters most to you. And so I just got to put that caveat out there because I hate it when people come back to me over email to say, you didn't do my reading right. And I'm like, you didn't ask a question right. That's not my problem. So here we go. The most important thing I see happening in this chart, the most significant thing I see happening in this chart is this Uranus entrance into the 7th house of committed partnership. Uranus is about our divinity, and it is about the ways in which we channel divinity into our physical bodies in order to become more divine light. It's electric energy, it's the future energy, it is technology, it is the revolution that creates the evolution. And this energy here in Taurus, it's been going on for a couple of years now, but it's just now entering into the 7th house of committed partnership, shaking things up, bringing a brand new energy into that 7th house. It's going to allow both of you to expand to holding more divinity in the connection. What's really cool and awesome about that, I think, is the way this Uranus is where is it? Aspecting this sun. So it's squaring the sun of this connection, which is truly going to throw the two of you through a loop, and give you the opportunity to learn, because this is that 9th house of higher education and the journey we take over the course of a lifetime to integrate lessons. It's going to allow the two of you to learn what this connection was truly meant to teach you. The lifelong lesson in this connection is the Libra North Node. And this is about understanding partnership in a way that truly is balanced, it is fair, it is just. The fun thing about that is that this Libra North Node, ruler of Libra is Venus. Venus sits with the partnership asteroid in the 10th house, but Venus sits in the sign of self sovereignty. The lesson you're both being asked to integrate is that true relationships can't come together unless both people are sovereign. Both people are fully allowed to be who they are, and they're given the permission to shine and to thrive in their way. No, I compromise, you compromise, and we both keep compromising until this relationship is none of what either one of us wants because we're both giving things up. Instead, it's I collaborate, you collaborate. What do you want? Great, go get it. I'm a total fan. I don't care if it's not what I want. I want what you want because you want it. The divine put your desires in your heart for a reason. That level of support for each other's sovereignty is going to be what allows this relationship to balance out, channel this divinity in, and allow you two to be what you were always meant to be in this connection. So, yeah, I don't know where you stand or how you two started, but that's what I have time for in a 1-question mini read. I thank you for allowing me to look, my dear. And I hope that something in there resonated for you. There's a lot of ways that planets can be interpreted. And so it's important for you to lean into your intuition as you integrate this information and trust what your intuition is telling you about what's true. Okay. Miss Anna, it's your turn. Please paste your question after Anna, Steffi, then Vanessa. Okay. Cool. JL, cool. Thank you, Anna, for being ready. I love it when my people are ready. If you haven't already, please hit that like button. I super appreciate it. Let's see. Share screen. Cool. All right. Harmonious union time together. Okay, we can look. Anna, May, and twin meet date. Ooh, Anna May, do you have a date? I need a date, sweetie. Welcome in, everyone. I appreciate you guys being here. Thanks for coming by to say hey. So nice to see you guys. Lovely, lovely, lovely to have you. The list is definitely open. It's not terribly long. I'm going to read for Anna now. Okay, it was the 9th, and what time? Within 2 hours of exact. It doesn't have to be super, super precise, but if you can get it within 2 hours, that would be ideal. April 9th. What year was this? 2014. Thanks for coming in to say hi, everybody. If you wouldn't mind dropping a like, I'd appreciate that. And where was it? Northumberland. Ooh. Ooh, Northumberland is not in my software. Let's get it. Northeast England, innermost northern. The Unitary Authority borders Cumbria to the west, County Durham, and Tyne. And where? Okay. Whew. All right, let's try. Got my software stumped, woman. Kingdom of Northumbria. All right, let's try that. Nope. Northumbria. Deira. Nope. We got to do some digging unless you have a city. Cornhill on Tweed. Let's see if Cornhill on Tweed is an option in the software. Okay, we've got Cornhill. All right. Come back here. Thank you. Thank you for that. Helps a lot. And what time? 7 p.m. Sounds good. All righty. So let me get through this reading for our girl Anna Mae here. And then as soon as I've done that, I'll have a look in the payment apps and update our list. Okay. Thank you so much for your patience. When is a harmonious time for coming together? I cannot guarantee that anything will, or that you will come together, but the universe does have moments in time where it supports comings togethers. According to this chart, a really big 2-year window opens in 2022. Let me just make sure, because that's actually really soon. Yeah. Sooner. Wowza, kiddo. Yeah, this time next year, a large 2-year window opens to make this easy for you guys. I love seeing that. Yeah, it's a 2-year window. It opens up, it makes things easy for you guys to come together. But just know, Anna Mae, when this 2-year window opens, and it like literally opens on May 23rd, 2021, like literally 1 year from today. It literally opens 1 year from today. When this window opens, things in both of your lives may not be perfect. In fact, if either or both of you has not done the work required in order for you to, your 7th house demands of you that you are yourselves, your best selves, and completely yourselves, with that Aries on the cusp there. And the ruler of Aries being in the first. I mean, that requires that both of you be single, not married to anyone else, not stringing any exes along, or leaving the doors open to the past. This requires that you be fully forward looking to the future, no loose ends, and that communication is already happening. It does look like a coming together could really unfold precisely 1 year from today. Like a 2-year window opens where the universe just makes it easier. You two can make it complicated. I've seen people do it where it's like, my finances are in order, or, I didn't get the divorce I was supposed to get, or whoops, I was supposed to work on that communication issue with my dad and I just kept putting it off. And now, like, my dad's on his deathbed and is taking all of my attention and we're not complete. And now I'm racked with guilt and I'm preoccupied. Like, it really does take both people like legitimately doing their work, because if your work isn't done and the window opens up, the universe makes it as easy as it can, but the rest is up to you guys. So that's what I see, Miss Anime. Whatever you have been led to as your particular work, my suggestion is that you get about it. You get about it, you do it, you take it on, and you don't put yourself in a position where, things don't come together because you are unprepared. You want to put yourself in a position for things to come together, um, while allowing you want things to come together, um, smoothly. You don't want static from your side because your side is the only side that you can control. Okay. Uh, that's okay, VS. Don't worry. Good. You're in slight communication. Good. And so that's the other thing too, is that the universe does create miracles, but I mean, listen, if you're hoping to like jump out at, like, I say this not for you. Steffi, paste your question, please. You're next. Kristen Klein, you are now on the list. Steffi, go ahead and place your question. After Steffi, then it's VS. Then Jeanette, then Tina, in that order. But look, the universe is in the business of miracles, absolutely. But it's not in the business of doing miracles for people who aren't ready to receive them in a lot of ways. So, if there's I say this for anyone who's looking to have that kind of question answered. The reality is, if neither one of you is in communication and there's a stubbornness, well, I'm not doing it, it's his turn to reach out, I'm not going to say anything, they have to do. If that's what's going on, the universe can only move you one step. The universe will say, okay, you're not ready for a miracle. So, if there's walls, break them down. If there's truths, tell them. The more you can do that and be in the process of communicating, the more the universe can move you to the next step, which is, okay, now we're communicating. Let's see each other. The more you're seeing each other and it's easy and it's fine, you're doing your work, the universe, when the window opens like that, can move you to the next step. Great. We're seeing each other. Now we've been friends. Let's have it be romantic. One step at a time. The universe doesn't really skip a whole lot of steps if we're not already doing our pieces of the work. That's important for us to remember. Okay. So let me share the screen. We are going to do Miss Steffi. Interesting, Steffi. Very good question. Very good question. Okay, November 12th, 2019. We do that differently here in the States. Just keep that in mind, that it doesn't look the way it looks in the UK. Hello, Charlotte. Benita, yes. Readings are still open. You can definitely jump on the list. Just scroll up, Gemini Princess, put the how to get on the list information there, okay? Okay, Steffi. Let's have a look. My software didn't give me Bradford on Avon as an option, Steffi. So you want to give me another location? Oh, it does. It just gives me 2 Bradfords. Okay. They must be close together because the chart didn't shift very much. Okay, sounds good. So let's roll. When I look Let's see. Katrine, how did you pay, sweetie? Because the last time I looked at my payment apps, I didn't see you there. Got a square here to you. We've got a tough transit for him. And we have separation energies here and separation energies here. Okay. Yeah. The separation energies, I mean, look, here's the deal, Steffi. Okay, I'll look, Katrine. I'll look. Here's the deal. The energies could shift, and they will. But if whatever wasn't integrated still needs to be integrated from the separation period, it doesn't matter how the energies shift. They will shift, but you won't be ready. And that's what I was just explaining to Anna when I read for her. That the energies can shift, but we have to be ready for them when they shift. Okay. So keep that in mind. They look like a pretty significant shift opens up for you in December. That's the first one. Oh, Kim, you're the sweetest. They open up for you in December. And then that's a pretty harmonious shift for your counterpart too. Let's just see when we get out past that 9th degree. Because we want to get out of the house of alchemy and transformation. We want to get out past the cocoon. And that's not going to be right away. When do we get out past the cocoon? That 8th house energy with Jupiter. Aha, okay, right here. Yay. Okay. So Pluto comes, it's already out of the 7th house of committed partnership, which is awesome. We need Jupiter here to come out and pop into this 9th house. Once Jupiter is in that 9th house, harmonious energy opens up for you. Harmonious energy begins slowly to open up for them, and it stays open for about a year. I would say till the end of this particular year. And that's the end of 2021. So opens up end of January and it stays open until I would say probably November, but let's just take a quick look and get this right for you. And while it's open, it'll be open for you guys to like take a next step. Whatever the next step is for you guys. Yeah, it's open till about December, end of 2021. Whatever that next step is for you guys. Yeah, and then it closes out there. So I think that'll be good. I think that'll be really good for you. Yeah, and it's still slightly harmonious for the following year, 2022. It's not as harmonious, but it's slightly harmonious at the end through 2022. So just know that this will happen when it's time to happen. There's a nice, mostly a year, but somewhat 2-year window there, Steffi. But this will shift. And what's going to be really important is that whatever the work is during this integration window, Steffi, you need to A, know what it is, and B, you need to be doing it on your side for you. He's got to be doing his on his side. But as long as you're doing your piece on your side, there will be no static from your side in the coming together. Thank you all for your patience. I am going to go ahead and check the payment apps so that we can hook our people up. I super appreciate you guys being here. Thank you. VS, you are next. So VS, we are going to go ahead and do your question. Who do we have here? Who do we have? Who do we have? Okay. So Miss Kristen Klein, I've added you to the list. You're here. I've added you. Okay. Lisa O'Connell, I have you. Amber V, I have you. Katrine B. So after Amber. Katrine B, then Marzana. Then Lori. And then Benita. Oh, wait, hang on. Okay, hang on. I got that all kind of crazy. Amber, Katrine, Marzana, Kristen C, Lori, Benita. Okay. 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 Cool. And then let me just double check the Venmo. Yeah, that's everyone from there. Okay, wonderful. Awesome. Thank you all so much for your patience. I super appreciate it. And we'll take one more person on the list and then close it out. So whoever pays next, you're the last person on the list for today. Yeah, we'll close out the list after whoever pays next. Okay. You're welcome, Steffi. Thank you for letting me read for you. I really appreciate it. Sorry about the that I didn't realize you were Stephanie. But I'm so glad I got the chance to read for you. So yeah, actually we'll take two more payments. So whoever the next two people to pay are, we will go ahead and we will have you guys on the list. And then after that, we'll close out. Linda B, I have you. Okay. All right, VS says, during Union mini read from last October, which by the way, VS, I remember absolutely nothing about, just so you're clear. Strongly recommended to pay attention to Venus retrograde period in 2020. External interference that caused our separation in 2018 will come to dead completion by now that you didn't see us in separation for much longer. Today's retrograde period is passing 3 times on my 12th house intercepted south node. Got it. If you ask me, I'm ready. Lyric Unthinkable by Alicia Keys came through loud randomly the other day while super busy at work. So much love. Got it. VS, where is your question? I need a question and a chart, honey. Linda, I have you. God's warrioress, I have you. I need a question and a chart, VS, and we can roll. After VS, we're going to do Jonette. So Jonette, get your question and your birth details together for me so that you can just paste them when it's your turn. And then after Vanessa and Jonette, then it's Moonbeams. Moonbeams. Tina, get your question and your birth details ready for me so that as soon as it is your turn, I can answer questions for you. Okay, and I'll call you when it's your time. Okay, thanks, VS. Let me open up. VS, I had to stop saving my charts, man. It was kind of a tragedy. So on mini reads, I don't save them anymore. I do some I don't, but for the most part, I don't save them. But I do save when people have that's Vatana, VS twin. What is this? Union chart mini. Yeah, I got you. Okay. Is the twin ready or what? That is an excellent question, VS. And I will share with you what I've shared with other people on our live today. Um, that it is super important to know that the the transits can support a person in getting ready, but so many times people, and you've seen it, people like this. It's like the universe is saying, go to the left. And they are doing everything in their power to go to the right. And their life is awful because they're just resisting, resisting, resisting. And you're like, life would be a lot easier if you just went the way the universe was telling you. So, keep that in mind, that sometimes people just don't they don't do what the thing is telling them to do. And I don't know why they do that. Sometimes there's a lesson in that for them. So he may be ready, he may not be. I don't know, VS. What I can say about what I do see here, your divine masculine energy between the two of you sits in Virgo, and that ninth house of learning lessons in the natal chart of this connection. And that's going to get a hard square from the Gemini Sagittarius eclipse cycle that's coming up here. VS, note that this eclipse cycle starts with a series of lunars and closes with a series of solars. As you know, lunars are closings and endings. Solars are new beginnings, but there are 3 back-to-back lunars on this axis before there are 3 back-to-back solars on this axis. So the closing out of a cycle that's happening both psychically and in the identity of this connection, in the arena of the relationship of this connection, in the house of service of this connection, that's real and it can't be ignored. We start on June 5th with the first lunar eclipse on this axis. The second thing you want to pay attention to is because the two of you sit together in the house of discernment. Sorry, in the sign of discernment, in that house of learning lessons. Um, this may bring about sudden new communications. This may bring about sudden new communications because this is the axis of communication, that third, ninth house, where one of you just kind of breaks down like, F it. I don't really care. I'm just going to say hi. It matters that we're just connected, in the midst of a crisis because you're an important human to me. I don't know. Something like that could happen. So, yeah, I would be prepared for surprises, be prepared for change. That Venus retrograde situation is happening right here on the 7th house cusp of committed partnership for this connection. So, a coming back from the past could totally happen in the arena of flirtation, old people, or you guys coming back together. That's that Taurus 5th house cusp flirtation, or the identity of this partnership on the whole, because that Gemini 7th house cusp is ruled by Mercury, as you know, and Mercury sits here in the sign of partnership, which is what this connection is known for, with the partnership sign sitting right there on the 10th house cusp of this connection. So, yeah, girl, this is like rolling the dice. Like, I'm over here with my popcorn and wine. Like, what's going to happen for VS? I don't know. What are they going to do? I don't know. Who's going to make the first move? I don't know. But the fun thing about the mutable signs, and that you want to remember with this eclipse cycle, VS, is that mutable signs govern the seasonal changes. A mutable sign and a mutable season starts the process as one season, it ends things as another season. So, whatever the stalemate is between you, it's going to need to be lifted. Somebody's going to have to make the first move here. And given that you both sit in the sign of Virgo on that eclipse axis to a 90-degree angle, somebody's going to have to move. Somebody's going to have to be the first one. Okay, so if his wishes were, yeah, nah, I don't want to talk, then I get it. That's what you have to do, you know. Yeah, it's hard when people take that route and say, I don't want to talk to you, or they block you, that there's really nothing else you can do with that other than allow them to come back around. So I don't know if he's ready, but I do know enough changes are coming that could shift things in his world and in yours. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Popcorn is ready, VS. I have no idea. Jonette, it's your turn, my love. Please go ahead and paste your question. After Jonette, it is Moonbeams, and then Talene, and then Lisa. Please prepare your questions so that you're ready when I call your name. Okay. Yay. Jonette, I'm ready for you, baby cakes. I'm ready. Yeah, you're welcome, VS. You're welcome. Just keep in mind, I don't remember shit about what I've read for you in the past. Like, I never remember it. So, what I saw may have been a combination of certain things at that point. What I see just now is a combination of certain things at this point. It may not be the same combination of things next time, because things can be interpreted so differently, especially based on what people do with the energies. That's the thing, who knows? You may decide, I don't care about your wishes. I'm sending you a love letter, Aaliyah style, like sending you a 4-page love letter and I'm sealing it with a kiss. Like, you may do that with this eclipse. I have no idea. Some people do that stuff, I don't know. And that may shift the entire game. That may shift everything. So yeah, I have no idea what he's going to do with the energy. But that was the energy I saw. Thanks so much for letting me look for you. It's always a pleasure to see you, VS. I know you are hard at work on your own stuff. I know you're not a slacker or a slouch, girl. So, Jonette, do you have a birth time for me? Jonette, what time? It's 3. I'm sorry. Look up. 3 is your birth time. What's your birth time? Okay, well, I'm going to go with 3 because I'm trusting you meant that that's your birth time. Is it 3 p.m.? Is it 3 a.m.? Right, I have the date. I just need the time, Jonette. It's okay. I have the date. I have what you asked here. I just need the time you were born. That's all, honey. Okay, Jonette, let me just say. Okay, got it. Perfect. Thank you for clarifying that. Sunrise chart. Tina, I got you, hun. And I'll take one more person and then we'll close the list. Okay. After Tina, if there's one more person who's here who wants to pay, you're welcome to. But then after that, our list is going to be closed. So this is your chance. If you know you want to get on it, set yourself up now, because after that, we're closed until June for mini readings. And that is the way to pay. Let's go ahead and share screen one more time. Jonette, you had asked about your gifts. Where you might shine and serve your highest good for you and serve others, any special fit for me and my gifts to function? It's a beautiful question, Jonette. Give me a second. In order to answer that question, I need to examine your 10th house of career, first house of sense of self, second house of earned income, fifth house of creative works, endeavors, and offspring, and sixth house of service, and the rulerships for each of these houses. So if you would just give me a second to just, I'm going to be a little quiet while I examine the relationship between all of these, that would be great. Okay, and the ninth is the 10th in your case. Okay, let's just take a look. 1 second. Hmm. All right, Amber, I've got a new payment from you, Amber Arsenault. And the list is now closed. Gemini Princess, we'll go ahead and close the list, hon. Thank you so much. Okay. I'm seeing some things about communication, transformation. It's just hard to do without your birth time, hon, but let's just see. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. So as I'm looking at this, the thing that's kind of coming through, like the phrase that comes through as I look at all of these connections, is this idea of marching to the beat of your own drummer. Um, I don't know if you've ever thought about starting a business, but I definitely see a lot of entrepreneurship energy here. In the world of professional service provision, I see a transformational business that really helps people boost their self esteem and not just boost their self esteem, but like believe in themselves. But if you don't want to go professional service provision, I see like you could be, if you're a creator, um, somebody who's a lot more driven to build things with their hand. I'm seeing a career here. Um, like it, you know how people make those like inspirational quotes? It's 2 a.m. That's helpful. Thank you. You know how people make those inspirational quotes? Um, and they put them on mugs and t-shirts and stuff like that. That kind of thing could go a long way for you. Being that like giving to people in that way. Well, this changes things, but it does still leave a heavy entrepreneurship, heavy self-sovereignty theme. Okay. This is beautiful, Jonette. This is so beautiful. Definitely seeing entrepreneurship for you. Um, Saturn's at home, which is perfect. Thank God. Yeah. Interesting. But the other thing I'm seeing here is you have a lot of teacher energy to you as well, like sharing lessons from your life, Jonette. And that could come out through that lifting people up kind of way. Because there's so much Leo energy here, and the sun sitting here on the cusp of the house of self esteem and communication, there's a strong indication here about needing or being capable of lifting people up in partnership and helping them find their way toward creating new paths forward, but doing this as a business. Um, Interestingly, like if you work corporate, this is like very liaison type of energy. It's the energy of someone who sits in between two different systems and then allows the two systems to talk to one another by assisting them with working more fluidly, the two different work groups, the two different businesses. It helps them work more seamlessly together by supporting them with better communication. Interestingly enough for you, you've been writing a book. Good. That's perfect. You've got the sun here in the third house of communication, so that'll work really well. And it sits in the sign of Gemini. Storytelling could work great for you. But any way, what I love about this, that liaison thing and the writing a book thing, is that there is an indication here about bringing structure to communication indicated here in your chart. Um, and so that's why it can manifest in the world of form as something to do with like putting inspirational quotes on mugs. It could also manifest in the world of advocacy, like helping, like coaching people who really, helping them get their self esteem together. It can also really work well with writing a book. All of these things are opportunities to bring structure to communication. When I look at your chart, that's what the majority of what I see is bringing structure to the world of communication, Jonette. And like we discussed, there's so many ways that that can be done. So many. The passion and the way that it gets expressed is up to you. What you do with it is up to you, but the purpose has a lot to do with, bringing structure, bringing form to the world of communication. It's about helping wounded women. Fantastic, Jonette. So, yeah, that's fantastic. You're doing it. You're doing the work. That is beautiful. You had Libra, a feminine sign, on that house of service, that sixth house. So, Jonette, that'll be fantastic. Moonbeams, if you would please paste your question. That would be fabulous. And then we go to Lisa, Amber V. Please get your cues ready. You're welcome, Jonette. I appreciate you letting me read for you. Super appreciate it. Cool. All right. But yeah, passion can be expressed in a ton of different ways. It's up to us how we want to express express passion. But purpose, it's kind of singular. Structure to communication. If you love to write, then that's a beautiful way to express bringing structure to communication, especially for that group of women. Okay. Miss Moonbeams, where are you at, babes? Thanks, Gemini Princess. I appreciate it. All right. Talene, are you here? Because we need to keep this list moving. And since Moonbeams is not ready, Talene, are you ready? Talene, Lisa, Amber V, the best thing you can do is write your question out, make sure it fits inside of the character count, paste your question when I call your name, copy it and then paste it so that there's no lag time in between. It's really polite for everyone who's coming after you to have your question ready. You already know how long you're waiting. And so it's so important to not make other people wait. Okay. Thank you, Talene. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Let's just see. All right, Talene. Let's try this again. I remember reading for you, and for some reason, we did not have the correct date that time. So let's go ahead and try this again. Okay, 3/3/2019, 5:48 p.m., Toronto, Canada. All right. All right, Talene. Energies be more harmonious. Well, I don't know. December looks good. December looks really nice for you guys, but it's not perfect in a lot of ways. There's still a lot of tension and a lot of stuff that does not support a coming together. What it looks like to me, Talene, hey, Divine Synchronicity, our list is closed for today, but if you subscribe and hit that notification bell, you will be the first on it and first to know next time I go live, sweetheart. But yeah, our list is closed to anyone who's not already on it today. Cool. Thanks, Moonbeams. I'll read for you next, sweetheart. I like that Jupiter entrance into the seventh house. I don't like the Saturn energy to the moon. Okay, so what I'm seeing coming forward for you, Talene, is a choice point. And this could go either way. My suspicion, given the heavy duty energy of Saturn to the moon, is that it's probably going to go the way of separation for a little bit, like a short timeout before the possibility of like really coming together. Yeah. Yeah, it's this that I don't like seeing. It's this Saturn approaching the moon. Typically, a Saturn approach to the moon is a challenging transit that creates a lot of separation and a lot of lessons. It's typically a 2.5 year transit when Saturn moves through a sign or a house. Saturn's approach to the seventh house, though, can indicate one of two things, though, because Saturn is meticulous about integrity. If it's not happening of the utmost integrity, leaving both people whole, both people clear, both people congruent, both people totally living in the way they're supposed to, Saturn will say, time out, both of you, back to your corners. We can't go any further up with this. And so Saturn on approach to the seventh will say, A, if they're in integrity, they're getting married. B, if they're out of integrity, they're going into separation, they're getting a divorce. And it just depends. Saturn transits to the seventh can bring about both, but it doesn't leave things neutral. It doesn't leave things the same. It either takes them deeper or takes them into separation, but it doesn't leave things the same. The point, and all paths lead back to this with Saturn, the point isn't to stay separate forever. The point is to do the work required in order to get back into integrity. And what this seventh house requires for integrity's sakes is spirituality. It takes a lot of a recognition of a deep spiritual connection and a willingness to feel really at home with it and be in communication about the truth of it. Both people have to be willing to accept that. And if one of you isn't willing, then neither of you will come together, is the way it kind of works. So the Saturn transit is going to make it hard. Jupiter is going to bring opportunity. The option is there to come together, but Saturn's going to say you can only do it under the conditions of the seventh house. And the seventh house conditions are a deep spiritual capacity, a deep understanding of spiritual truths, and a willingness to be at home with it. There's definitely already a little bit of, there's going to be some support for that towards the end of the year. And there's going to be an option for things to like totally start the process by December. But it's up to you guys how you play it. I don't know how ready both of you are to really surrender to how the complexity of what the spiritual connection is. And it's okay if you move into separation. Remember what I said, Talene, all paths lead back to integrity. Once you're in integrity, things have the option to come back together. All right. So that's a read, and that's as much as I can see in a single question reading. If you'd like to go deeper, we would need to do that in a private reading. Unfortunately, at this time, private readings for the union chart are not available. Only personal readings are, because I'm making space for people who want to do their personal work to get ready for union, and I'm making space for them to be able to do so. So hopefully you found some resonance in that. Lean into your own intuition to lean. Find what's true for you. Lean into your intuition. Find what's true for you. And trust your intuition to show you what's true for you. Because there's only so much I can see and understand based on one chart, not both of your charts, in a single question reading. Okay. Thank you for letting me read for you. I really appreciate it. Thanks for trusting what I'm shown in answer to your question. I also appreciate that. But even more than trusting me, you got to trust your own intuition on what's happening for you in your connection. All right, moonbeams, we're back, babe. What's your life purpose? Let's get into it. Okay. So I'll be looking at your 10th house, 1st, 2nd, 5th, and 6th as well. If you haven't already subscribed, please do. because you'll be the first to know the next time I go live. After Moonbeams, Lisa and Amber V, it's your turn. So please go ahead and get your question ready. You're welcome, TB. You're so welcome. Lisa, please get your question ready. Amber V, you as well. Okay. Life purpose. Sun in the 10th. Moon in the 12th. Okay, that's about creation. That's about creation, but that's about creation with words. That's about manifestation. That's about communication with words. Alchemy. How fun your chart is. Wow. Wow. Abracadabra, baby. Okay, so when I look here at your chart, given some of the different, I'm not going to get into each one of them because they all play a very unique and specific role. And they all work and have a conversation with one another. But when I look here at your chart, woman, you have an immense capacity to use your emotions and your words to manifest the things you're passionate about and to understand the true secrets of manifestation and alchemy. Yeah. And then once you've unlocked them, to teach those things to other people. Dang, girl, can I come to your manifestation class, Moonbeams? I don't know if you know this about yourself. You probably do if you look back on your life. Yeah, it's very much high priestess energy, but it's not just high priestess where the high priestess knows the information. It's this beautiful blend of high priestess and magician energy. There's real magician energy here in this chart, given more than two of your placements. There's a real capacity to like abracadabra your way through life. It's like the secrets of manifestation have opened to you some kind of way. I know Ken, right? When she opens up classes, we're all coming. Um, there's two things in case you missed it, Moonbeams. The gift is coming through A, your emotions, and B, it's coming through your words. So anything you can conjure up enough emotional alignment with, feel it as if you have it. And two, use your words to speak it into existence. So any words you can, not words, any ways you can learn law of attraction energy via emotions and via words. The world is your oyster, Moonbeams. And I'm not just talking about a spiritual gift because you asked me about life purpose. That's the 10th house, career, fame, and honors, second house, and first house, who you are and how you make the money, fifth and sixth house. This is all about the ways that communicate, not sorry, serve and create. These five houses together talk about you having the secrets of manifestation and the capacity to teach that to the world. Now, on my channel, a lot of what I do is twin flame stuff. The divine feminine sits here in the house of magic and in the house of alchemy and transformation. So, whatever it is you got going on, moonbeams, please, please, please teach the rest of us however you're manifesting your life, because you've got a huge capacity to call things out of the ether and to place them into the 3D world in a way it's rare to have this kind of gift. Definitely use it. I don't know if you know your human design, but you may find out if you look at it that you are either a manifesting generator or a manifester. And yeah, I think that's really cool. I think, once you understand the way your gift works, then you can start the process of teaching other people how to create. But especially during a time when so many people are losing their jobs, not sure what to do, not sure how to move about their next step in their life, this is really important. It's an important skill to have because so many people have lived their entire life stuck or lived their entire life being told what to do by a boss. Your capacity, moonbeams, to show people how to manifest and create things, it's not standard law of attraction stuff. It's above and beyond that. So it looks like you have teacher energy here to show people how. Lisa, Amber V, and Katrine, it's your turn. Lisa, can you please paste your question? Amber V, Katrine, and Marzana, you're next. Please get ready so that there's a smooth flow. Yay, Lisa was ready. I love it when my girls are ready. Thank you so much for being ready, Lisa. I really appreciate that. Okay. Okay. You're welcome, moonbeams. Pay attention to your own intuition on what was shared, okay? What does limit rec comms after 15-month SEP mean? What does that mean? And where in Australia and NSW did you meet? Because that's not in my software. I need like a city. The closest big city to where you guys met will do. Yay, you do know the deal, Lisa. I love it. Limited recent communication. I got you. Okay. And I think that means April 11th for you as opposed to November 4th. But please confirm. Wagga wagga. Okay, perfect. Was it April 4th? Because that's what I'm working with here. Okay, so it's April 11th. Got it. Okay, cool. All right. Are we likely to meet up in the 3D next month or not? That's a good question. I don't know. Are any of us going to be allowed to meet up in the 3D next month? That's what I want to know. Are any of us going to be allowed to meet up in the 3D next month? Yeah. I don't know, Lisa. I don't see that happening for any of us. We got to take this in the context in which it's happening. And the context in which this is happening is global pandemic lockdown, Lisa. So I'm gonna say no, babe. Especially if there's limited communication already. That doesn't seem like the next step. Especially not given what the divine masculine's doing at this point of the year, nor given what you are doing in relationship to his placement in the chart. Yeah, I didn't know. Next month, no, it does not look like that. Yeah, I know. Invite is fully out there. Yeah. No, I get that. I get that. I mean, it can be so frustrating, right? When you see so many people like, F this noise, I'm getting married in the pandemic. And meanwhile, your person is like, not even gonna call you. You're like, what is going on? No, this chart does not look like it is supportive for coming together in the now time. In fact, it looks like it's supportive for this is what your chart is supportive for. It's supportive for, yeah, reviewing what the individual's communication was like prior to now. It's supportive for him doing some communication work. Like he knows he has some communication work to do. It looks like he may not know how to do it, but he knows he needs to do it. And it's supportive for you to better understand the way your energy is manifesting your reality. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's something here about deepening your understanding of the way your energy manifests your reality, my love. And in that manifestation of reality, oh yeah, here you are out here too by transit. Okay, yeah. You're learning some lessons about getting control of your vibration, Lisa. Um, and really starting to understand that if you can't control what's happening in your mind, it's going to be really hard for you to manifest what you want in this connection. So I don't know if you've been up or down, or if you've been, revisiting old wounds around your femininity, and then it's kind of taken you down a path that has caused you to feel like just low about yourself and who you are and what you're capable of. Um, but what's being shown here is a need to let go of some of those old beliefs and old wounds around your creativity and your feminine creativity specifically. Letting go of some of those old wounds so that you can begin the process of truly being a more masterful creator, a more masterful manifester. Interestingly, for you, as I look at that, Lisa, what stands out to me is that it stands out for me to tell you, Lisa, that you want to pay really close attention to what your vibration is just before something manifests in your world, Lisa. Because it looks like by the retrogrades and the placements that you're in a classroom on managing your vibration, because it's your vibration that for you that's controlling your manifestation. For some people, it's like that words and emotions thing, like the last person we just spoke to. For other people, it's just emotions. For some people, it's just words. For some people, it's committed action. For you, it's at your energy. Like you really have to be mindful of your energy. Um, and that's part of your lesson. So, something like those are the things I see the two of you learning right now. That does not sound like it is conducive to a meetup in the now time. Honestly, if I'm being really honest and logical about here's what you're learning. And based on what you're learning, should you be talking to one another and hanging out? No, probably not. Your vibration will be all over the place. His ego and communication is all over the place. That's a recipe for two people playing bumper cars and potentially getting hurt. So limited comms, probably a good thing, Lisa. Um, the universe is saying, get your vibration together while he's getting his capacity to think straight together. After that, opportunities may come forward. Okay, so I thank you so much, Amber V. I ask you for your question now because it's your turn. Please paste your cue. And then after her, we have Katrine B and Marzana and Kristen C. Please get your cue ready. Okay. All right. I thank you, everyone, for being here. If you haven't already hit that like button, please do. It definitely helps the channel out. And subscribe, because as you can see, the wait can get a little long. And it's really, really nice to not have to wait in between people, to be able to be first on the list, first read. Okay. Okay, Amber V. Okay. After Amber V, Katrine, definitely get your question ready. Marzana, get your question ready. And Kristen C, please get your question ready. We're almost through the list. After Kristen C, we have Lori, Benita, God's Warrioress, Tina Berg, and then Miss Amber A again. Okay. Oh, wait. Let me read your question first. Wondering about our reconnection and when we'll be ready for our reunion, our mission together. Very good question. Saskatoon, 6/14, 2013. Next year, maybe. Let's see. Birth time, 8 p.m. Okay. Awesome. I know, Gemini Princess. I don't even know what that is. I'm like, okay. Yeah. So interestingly, windows of opportunity, Amber V, I'll share with you what I've shared with some other folks today. Windows of opportunity open and then they close. And what we do with them is up to us. That being said, a window is, yes, indeed open. That window that is open um, is going to come with some endings. Um, because it starts with a series of eclipses that are lunar eclipses on the Gem Sag axis. This axis is where relationships live in this chart, but the sun also lives there, and so does he. The masculine energy in this connection. Ooh la la. Yeah, I was right. Next year. Amazing. Okay. Um, okay, so listen. Yeah, I see a really harmonious opportunity coming forward mid next year, this time next year. And that's going to be the easiest the universe is going to make it for you guys. But, you know, what you're both doing is going to, what's the word I'm looking for? If you're stuck in a communication gridlock because you're both too prideful to speak, or if you're stuck in an action gridlock because you're both too ashamed to take the next step because of things that may have happened in the past, or if you're stuck, you know, in a relationship with somebody else because neither one of you has the courage to find a life after that disconnection. If you're telling yourself stories of stuckness, the window will open and it will close with nothing happening. And so it's so important for us to understand that the stars can buy the decorations, create the invitation, they can invite all the right people, they can rent out the party venue. But if you don't RSVP and show up, you know, if you don't go get your outfit, if you don't, you know, get in the shape you want to be in for that party. I know some people are like, I can't go anywhere till I lose weight. I don't know. Or, you know, if the party requires you have a certain amount of money, right, to get into it, you got to have your finances in order. If you're not doing your stuff in the 3D world to create the possibility, the stars can make it easy, but you know, we still have to RSVP to that party and show up. So I don't know what your person has been doing, Amber, but there's a very lovely 1 year, no, 2 year little window opening up that says, yeah, 1 year. It's 1 year for you guys. It's 1.5, 2. No, it's 18 months. It's 18 months. And that 18-month window starts, I'm going to say December, and it goes for 18 months. It's an 18-month window, and yeah, like it's a time to lay down pride. It's a time to take risks. It's a time to um you know, open hearts. It's a time to be patient and wait and see. It's a time to drop judgment. Um all of those things are part of the inner work required to allow something to come forward. So that's what I see on a timeline, and that's about as much as I can do in a miniature reading, my love. You know, if you don't know what your personal work is, I'm sure you do, but if you don't know, then we should probably do a personal reading because that will really assist you in doing your part and being ready. Thank you so much, Gemini Princess. You are correct. Katrine, it is your turn. Katrine, please post your question. Marzana, Kristen C, and Lori, please prep your cue. So that you're ready when I call your name. Thank you for allowing me to read for you. Definitely lovely energies coming through. You're closing out your last cycle together with the eclipses on that Sag Gemini axis, and a new chapter is about to open. But where that new chapter goes, I don't know. I work with Jill and Remy a lot, and we'll keep doing it. Good, very good. Hopefully, they can support you in understanding what your 3D world step is, because if there's also no 3D world actions happening, unions don't happen. Like if you think about the way they came together, you know, Jill was doing everything in her power to help her child. And that was her 3D world step, was help her child. Um, and she was really working hard on finding the right solutions for her child. Her attention was not on other things. It was on the thing that her life was demanding of her. So whatever doing your 3D world thing is at this time, you want to make sure that you're on it, because things come together when we're honoring that. If we want a 3D world connection, we got to be doing our 3D world work, period. That's how that works. Okay, Katrine. What is your question, sweet pea? Oh, when will he talk to you and forgive you? Oh, Katrine, I don't know, babe. I don't know. I have no idea. You want to ask another question, Katrine? This is not our first rodeo together. We've read together before, so you want to ask another question? Hey, Sacred Journey, welcome. It's great to have you here. For anyone who's new, please go ahead and hit the like and subscribe button. Our list is closed for today, but I'd be happy to read for you at a different day, at a different time. And it's super easy. Just hit that like and subscribe button, and it will allow you the opportunity to be the first to know when I go live. When you hit that notification bell, and when I hit that notification bell, that's going to allow you to be the first on the list. Okay. And then you won't have a very long wait. Now, why is Negril not there? Oh, come on. Let's try another spot in Jamaica. West End. Gosh, that beach looks so beautiful. I want to go there. Take me to there. West End. Okay. Montego Bay. Let's have a look. Yeah, we got Montego Bay. Okay. Let me come back to the chat. 9 p.m. Okay. Okay, so if you want to know anything I'm going to say, I'm going to tell you anything that seems important. That may not be what you want to hear, but I'm trusting that you, since this is not our first rodeo together, that you understand that. Okay, so, let's see, my love. What is going on in this chart? Oh, right, I remember. Okay. Well, my love, the interesting thing that I see here in you guys' chart is right, so there's a separation now. But you guys have been in a separation longer than the last 2 years. Last 3 years. I want Saturn. And I want Jupiter to get over here. I think that's mid next year, sweetheart. That doesn't guarantee he's going to talk to you, though. Oy, oy, oy. Yeah, so Katrine, there is a harmonious window that opens up mid next year, but I don't know how he's going to play with the energies, especially because, there's a Saturn opposition to the sun in this connection. Yeah. He goes into the house of psychic communication as a while he's harmoniously aspecting the two of you here in this chart. That's a hidden house. And typically when one or the other partner goes into the hidden house, they're not really communicative. And then when he pops out here, he's square to the two of you. Yikes. And you have been in this for a minute, my love. So I would say that something harmonious opens up literally this time next year, end of May 2021. And simultaneously, looking at Sag Gemini, there could be some kind of breakthrough in communication with the Sag Gemini eclipse cycle next year. That could happen, but it's not guaranteed because there's a blockage here in the house of communication. Yeah, it would take a lot. It would take a lot, Katrine. But it wouldn't take, maybe at the end of that eclipse cycle. Not what I meant to do. Yeah, 2022 looks more harmonious. Much more harmonious. Much more harmonious. But, ooh, girl, I mean, and we've talked about this. This is not an easy road. So I would say things look less blocked. In fact, I don't see blocks when I look out at the end of next year. What I see right now, I definitely see blocks right now. And I see blocks for last year, big blocks. But I don't see any at the end of next year. So your question was about timing, Katrine. So I answered the timing question for you based on everything I saw. Not a smooth road, but it's certainly overcomable for two people who love one another, who would like to be together. But yeah, it's a matter of, really being able to, just kind of stay in the flow, Katrine. With all that water in that chart, it's a matter of staying in the flow, honoring your emotions, you know, forgiving yourself. That's another thing that probably needs to happen, Katrine. Marzana, it is your turn. Please post your question. Katrina, thank you for letting me look for you. And I'm sending you a lot of love. I know it's been a while in that connection. It's been a minute. But hopefully, things will, give you the opportunity to to keep growing together. Because I didn't see necessarily that the connection ends. I just saw it was tricky in terms of communication, hon. Okay. Marzana, are you Miriam? Is that what's going on here? I did not know. After Miriam, Kristen C., Lori, and Benita, please get your questions ready because as soon as I'm done with Miriam, I will be on to you. Okay, Miriam. And was it 9:30 in the morning, Miriam? Tina, you have at least 20 minutes, hon, before I get to you. Thank you. Warsaw. Okay, let's see. And your question was, what is happening now? Okay. What is happening now? When I look and see what is happening now, aha, okay. So this little configuration here is giving the entire connection a facelift. Yeah, you guys are becoming different people right now is what's happening now. Yeah, he's becoming a different person. You're definitely a different person. You're already a different person. Yeah. Yeah, I can see you guys are in separation. What's been happening for you is an upgrade to your understanding of, the way what it is you want in this life. I see you feel very ready to be connected and that you felt that way all year. I also see that it feels and looks a little bit like you've just been waiting. Um, yeah, it looks like he feels a little bit closer to ready in December. And December through, I would say, the end of next year. Looks like he feels a little closer to ready. Um, One of the things you're going to really find yourself challenged by this year is a difficult transit through Aries. Miriam, as I look here, what I'm seeing is that the thing that you want to be mindful of is managing your wounding around being yourself, speaking your truth, and not having other people accept you for it. That wound is going to come up big time for you this year, in September, October, and November. And you're going to want to pay careful attention to not letting, you want to not let bitterness or the pain of rejection or hopelessness take away your willingness and your ability, because I see you have the ability here to manifest a harmonious connection here in whatever way your person is open to harmonious connection. Maybe it's just friends, maybe it's more than friends. I don't know. But whatever way your person is open to harmonious connection, unfortunately for you, there's a real risk at some point this year to sabotage that, because a lot of your old wounding is going to come up in September, October, and November. And it may have you feel like, I can't do this. And so it's going to be really important to recognize where that wounding is and to give yourself permission to let it go, to give yourself permission to get support and healing, and to give yourself permission to, it's okay for you to be ready and for him to just be becoming ready. It's important to not punish people because they aren't ready on our schedule. And that's the energy that's here in the chart for you to learn, is that you can have what you want. It will unfold in the divine time. And it's important to allow that timing, because that timing is the time needed to change you, to grow you, to help you become the person that you're meant to become. Because that's what's happening with that facelift on the connection. It's more than a facelift, it's like psychic soul surgery there. Um, so yeah, give yourself a lot of permission to feel the sadness that you felt, but don't make him responsible for it. He's moving on the timeline that's already preordained for him. And you just need to relax that that timeline is the right timeline for you too. Okay. That if he's not ready yet, it's because there's also something in you that is also still getting ready, and to not give in to bitterness around that. Thank you so much for letting me read your question, Miriam, and read for you. That's all I can do in a single question mini read. I hope some of that was helpful for you. Trust your intuition. What wasn't helpful, let it go. There are so many ways the energies can be interpreted. There's no need to try and force something to fit that doesn't fit. Okay. But I appreciate you trusting what I saw in a single question mini read. It's everyone, when people ask me, just tell me what you see. What are the energies? I got to go with what spirit is showing me. And for some people, that may not be what they want to hear. It may not be where somebody else went, but to get a very specific question answered, you need to have a very specific question. When you said, what are the energies? that was what I saw. And I thank you for trusting me to give you the most important information for you right now. Kristen, see if you could please post your question. That would be fantastic. I really appreciate that. Lori, Benita, and God's Warrioress, if you could please get your questions ready, that would be fantastic as well. Thank you for being ready, Kristen. I really appreciate that. It helps the line move a lot faster. When people have their question ready. Okay. You're welcome, Miriam. I hope something in there was helpful for you. Like I said in a mini reading, there's only so much that I can see. You know your life the best. So trust your intuition as you integrate the information so that you're getting the interpretation of the energies that serves your own highest good. If something didn't feel quite true, don't force it. Okay. All right, Kristen, let's get into this. What I'm seeing here as I am looking, my dear, is the energies. Some things in this connection are about to change big time. Yeah. Okay, Kristen. So this connection hosts a Virgo sun, which is a mutable sign. And you have a small Virgo stellium here, commitment, Vesta, Sun, instincts, Mars, motivation, Mercury, mind. You've also got Neptune and Chiron and Pisces for this connection. You've got Moon and Gemini for this connection. And then you've got Saturn, Lilith, and Pholus in Sagittarius for this connection. The Sagittarius Gemini eclipse cycle is going to light up all four of those signs. And the thing that's important to remember, and that's the reason why I'm bringing this up, is because house 2, house 8, house 6, and 12. It's actually not house 2, it's house 3, but we span a little bit into house 3. What's these signs and a little bit of these houses are all about massive change. And so to understand what's happening in this connection, it's important to understand the energy of mutability, because mutability is the energy of things that start one way and end a completely different way. Cardinal energy is the energy of initiation, and fixed energy is the energy of stabilization. But mutable energy is the energy of going from spring to summer, or from summer to fall, or from fall to winter. When a mutable sign hits, we start that sign one way and we end it in a completely different season, Kristen. And with so much mutable energy going to get impacted by the Sagittarius Gemini eclipse cycle that's now beginning, this is showing me that the way you guys are right now is not, whatever it is right now, Kristen, it's not going to be that way in another 12 months, and it's not going to be that way in another 12 months after that. This eclipse cycle is asking you to go with the flow and understand that there is going to be forward movement and progress here. It's just going to happen in a way that may feel a little haphazard. So remember, in fall season, because that's one of the mutable seasons, the fall season is the season that, it starts as late summer. It's definitely summer when fall starts. And then, like Virgo season, that's the beginning of fall. It starts as summer, but it definitely ends as fall, as sweater weather. And so it's very important to understand that sometimes in that transition, you may have a season or a week that, is very close to sweater weather that's suddenly 80 or 90 or 100 degrees. And it's like, whoa, where'd this heat wave come from? That's last season. So it's a little 2 steps forward, 2 steps back, 3 steps forward. It all gets you to where you're supposed to go. But Kristen, things over this next little stretch of time may feel a little bit confusing. And that's the point I'm getting at here. Confusing because mutable energies do not move in a direct line. They get to the outcome, they get to the destination, but they don't go straight there. And so it's really going to be important for you, Kristen, to hang out and just wait and see and allow things to unfold as this Sag Gemini eclipse cycle hits your second house of self-esteem for this connection. The 6th house of service and health and well-being for this connection. The 12th house and 11th house here, which is all about wish fulfillment and psychic activity, and the 8th house of alchemy and transformation for this connection. That's what's really important here, is for you to understand there's going to be a lot of change. It's going to feel very confusing at times. It's not going to feel like, sometimes you're going to wonder, am I losing it? Is this even going anywhere? I thought we already did this. I thought we were past this. Yes, and honor your feelings. Stay focused on where you're headed, okay? Stay focused on, that the connection is going in a direction that's going to be of highest service to both of you, allowing both of you to be in your highest expression. Lori, if you could get the questions, answer Gemini Princess's questions, that would be fantastic, please. It's going to go in the direction of highest service to both of you, but it's going to happen in the order that the divine is providing, given that that's a Virgo sun for that connection. It's happening in the right order and the right time, and you can trust divine order. Okay. So that's what's indicated there. Okay, Lori. I'm sorry, not Lori, Kristen. I thank you for letting me read for you. It's kind of a more general read, but you had kind of shared, you wondered what are the energies. So that's what I saw when you asked what are the energies. That's what stood out to me most to tell you. All right, so we'll let Lori, okay, 7, 9, 18, 7 p.m., but where? It was online, but I need the location. Lori, Gemini Princess, if you could just answer the questions that Gemini Princess shared, that would be great. All right, Benita, Prop Mama, some people say you can. I don't read that way. My guidance has been that a large piece of the journey has to do with the restoration of our divinity templates, and that's about our divine knowing. I guess I'll just keep going. Okay, Kristen, thumbs up on that. I get it. Some people read that way, but I don't. It's not for me to tell you what your divine knowing knows, and it's not for me to to disagree with that. If your divine knowing knows what this is, then that's for you. Yay, Charlotte. Hi, I'm so happy to see you, honey. Welcome, welcome. You guys, welcome Happy Twins 1111. She's a wonderful reader and fantastic healer. She runs a channel called Happy Twins 1111. And she's just so gifted and so talented. We were talking last night, and she can tell you, prop mama, talk to Happy Twins. She's someone who can tell you if someone is your twin or not. She has that gift and that ability. I do not. And my guides were like, yeah, don't even get into that. Let people figure that out on their own. Hey, Bomi, welcome from Denmark. Nice to have you here. Thank you so much for joining. But yeah, if you feel like you need a twin connection check, talk to Charlotte at Happy Twins. She's got you. But yeah, she's a super gifted healer. I can't wait for when Happy Twins wants to come on my channel and let me interview her. Since we're waiting on Lori, Benita, if you could go ahead and place your question, that would be great. But yeah, I love Happy Twins work. She does this thing called spirit release therapy. And with SRT, what she does is she can look into your connection with yourself, with the divine, with your other person, and really support letting go of old templates and paradigms so that you guys can step into the next highest iteration of your work together. So I love her work. I've done the SRT with her. It was transformative for me and my person, like game changing, game changing. So at a time when we both really needed it, like we needed a breakthrough. So yeah, I highly recommend it. And I really can't wait to interview her. I'm just waiting for her to be ready. She told me she would let me know when she was ready. So, all right, Miss Benita. Union in this lifetime. My purpose with the workplace may make us enemies. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, Miss Colmus, here's the deal. I cannot tell you or guarantee you that someone will definitely have union with you in this lifetime. As I've been saying to people, and I'll just repeat it again for you, that the stars make the party. They buy the decorations, hire the caterer, invite all the people. Sometimes some people just they RSVP and they don't show up. Sometimes some people don't RSVP and they do show up. I don't know if this is going to result in a union in this lifetime. I can't tell you that. Neither can the stars. But I can tell you, Benita, about what the current energies are if you're willing to let me. Rancho Cordova. Okay, Lori, I'll come back to you, sweetie. And Lori, you may be on a delay. All right. So Benita, can I look at the current energies for you and just kind of see like, what's going on between the two energies, DM and DF, and your connection? Would that be okay? Or would you rather ask a different question specifically about you, or would you rather ask a different question specifically about him? Just let me know what you would prefer. After Miss Lori and Benita, then we have God's Warrioress, Tina Berg, and then Amber Arsenault, and then we are done. Oh, so sweet, Lori. That's awesome. Um, okay, I see there's a little bit of a lag between me and Benita and me and Lori. So, okay, Lori says he felt he had to end things, says he needs to focus on healing and kids, yet I get confused of what he wants because I feel he wants to say something but stops himself. Ah, he's playing that game. Okay. Okay. So, Lori, we're going to come back. I'm going to go ahead and do Miss Benita. She said general is fine. 7 13 1998. God's Warrioress, if you could get the information that I need together and all in one, paste it all in one, that would be fantastic. And that way there's no lag time. I can move very quickly into your reading and we can, get Tina and Amber out of here. Because when I have to do a lot of Q&A back and forth because your question isn't fully prepared, it leaves a lot of time for the people behind you to wait. And I'm trying to keep people as moving as quickly as possible. And so you know what it's like to wait a long time for your reading because people aren't ready. My request of you is to just get yourself ready so that the people behind you don't have to keep waiting. Okay. Miss Benita, what I'm seeing here is very similar to what I just saw for Kristen C. There are some big changes. Big changes are coming on the Sag Gemini axis. Because there's an eighth house indication, there's a lot of mutable energy indicated. I see you here sitting riding high on your throne. I see that's in opposition house-wise to where he sits in this chart. I see that the most harmonious time coming forward is going to be 2022. But, job-wise, Benita, who knows what'll happen between now and then? Job-wise, I mean, given the state of affairs in the global economy, Benita, I mean, that company could be defunct. I mean, unless you're working for like, I don't know, the government, I don't know, right? So there's just a lot of energy here. And I get it why you would say, you know, job wise, we're at odds with each other. Inside this chart, you two are at odds with each other. You're in opposing houses. And so the way to harmonize energy like that is to really recognize and understand that you two have very different needs. Your need set and his need set aren't going to necessarily be on the same exact page at all times at General Motors. Okay, yeah, who knows, girl? Who knows? Um, so, because the need sets can be completely opposite. He sits in the fifth house. These needs work harmoniously together, but they are very different. So it's going to take a bit of understanding, first of all, communication, on your side and on his side. Hmm, it's funny you met at work. Deepening into spiritual wisdom and spiritual truth around his creativity. He's going to have to get creative about how to work together, and you're going to have to get more communicative so that it can activate his capacity to be creative. It looks like the more you communicate, the more he's able to be creative, and that can go a really long way for the two of you feeling good about working together, Benita. Um, so yeah, different energies, absolutely. Can it work? Sure, why not? I've seen people who have less harmony come together and be in union. And so that tells you that the chart doesn't make or break this. Your particular way you're working together will make or break it. It has to do on your side with loving communication that's partnership oriented, learning how to communicate like a partner, not necessarily like a boss. And on his side, it has to do with trusting his intuition about his creativity and being more creative in the way he's trying to get things done, not necessarily just powering through like Mars would, but evolving up into divine masculine energy the way Jupiter does and getting really creative and the expression of that. So um, the more you can encourage him to be creative by being, very partnership oriented in your communication, the easier this is going to be. And taking the power dynamics out of the communication, the easier this is going to be for you guys. So yeah, treat him like he was, the ideal gift from the divine to help you get your job done, Benita. And he's going to start showing up like it because that house of wish fulfillment is very activated for you. And you treat him like he was a gift and a wish fulfilled, he'll start becoming it, given how anchored he is in that Piscean energy and that house of creativity. Okay, your whistleblowing, it's going to be a mess. He's on a throne and look like I'm not, but I am. Kay, the soulmate, love him forever, but thank you. This spoke to me. Got it. Yeah. I mean, I mean, if you haven't already spoken to him about what, and given him the opportunity to say, hey, I got to speak up about this, like this isn't okay for me and it's not okay for the company. Um, and you haven't already given him the chance to make a correction, Lori, I would suggest you do that first and really talk to him like a partner. Because the more you're able to do that, the more he's able to rise. But if you kind of strong arm this because it, he's on a seat of power without directly talking to him like a partner and an ally first, yeah, this will probably fall apart. I mean, why wouldn't it? That's just the nature of people. And you can't override human nature with stars, just doesn't work that way. The stars can help us become better aspects of our nature, but we still have to do the work. So this is saying engage him like a partner, give him the opportunity to make the correction, to say, hey, this is what's going on. This is why it doesn't work. Were you aware X, Y, and Z? Is there a way we can start to course correct to make things work better? I mean, unless he's just straight up embezzling money and it's like a flagrant abuse of A, power, and B, resources, then yeah, I would try to work it out with him like a partner. If he's straight up doing dirty, well, you got to do what you got to do. Um, so you'll know. Trust your intuition. Okay, I'm going to read for Lori now. Where's my Lori at? He had to end things. Will he come forward and want to reconcile soon? Let me look at his chart for that, Lori, okay? Where is my Lori? Okay. Gregory, Sacramento. Don't know what time. Okay. All right. Well, let's see what's going on. Will he come forward and reconcile soon? I'm going to look at his chart and we're going to have a look and see where he's at with regards to that. Where is he at? Seventh sign opposite his sun is Virgo. You sit here in Cancer. He said he felt he needed to focus on his kids and his family. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That was actually inspired by you, Lori. I hope you know that. That he felt that was the right thing to do. There's something about your connection with him that inspired him to focus on his kids, to be a family man, to actually be a better person, honestly, as it pertains to his family. That's really cool, actually. Yeah, it's inspired him to step into kingship and service in a really big way, the way the two of you are connected, Lori. There's something about your connection that moved him to be a better man. And so, yeah, I also see that because of the way we have a transit opposing you in this chart, that this means that he's separate from you at the moment. I definitely see that. But he's separate from you because he's trying to be a better person, Lori, not because he's, you know, ditching you and running away. This is him being the man that he feels like is worthy of this connection based on what I'm seeing here. He doesn't feel like he can just ride off into the sunset with, the girl of his dreams. He feels like he needs to do the responsible thing, Capricorn here on the 11th house of wish fulfillment with Saturn transiting. He feels like he needs to do a responsible thing. Lori, I can only answer one question during a one question mini reading. Okay. So I'm answering the question that you have already asked. I'm answering that one now. So I don't know if he's cut cords with his ex. That's an energetic question. I cannot answer that. You would need to talk to somebody who does energetic work. But what this chart is showing me is that he's trying to be someone worthy of the connection at this time and do responsible things that make it possible for him to be worthy of the connection. And right now, for him, being worthy of the connection means dealing with the family issues. That's this Cancer energy, because Cancer's families, being responsible about it. That's Saturn demanding his integrity. And because Saturn opposes you, you inspired his love for you, your love for him, the connection inspired him to be a responsible person when it comes to his kids. And that's what he's up to. That's that fifth house, children. Okay. So that's the most that I can do for you in a single question mini reading, Lori. So, if you want to look deeper at stuff, we would have to do that in a full on twin flame reading. Those are not available right now. So you are welcome to come back another time if you have another question. But that's the most that I can see at this time with a single question mini reading. And I thank you. I thank you for letting me look. And I hope that you can find the beauty. and the inspiration he took from the connection to want to not just ride off into the sunset with you, but to want to do this the right way. So yeah, I don't know what he's doing with his ex. And I can only answer one question in a one question mini reading. I thank you for trusting me with what I saw. That's the best answer I can give you in the very limited time a single question mini reading allows us to have. Please use your intuition to interpret that in the way that aligns with what you've been shown as well. Okay. Where is God's warrioress? Hey, Eva D, welcome. So nice to see you. Amy Fitzgerald, I do not have you on my list. Okay. I do not have you on my list, and our list is closed for today. It doesn't look like it, Lori, but stranger things have happened at sea. If soon for you was in the next 6 weeks, it didn't look like that to me. Okay, Lori, if that's what soon to you is, it didn't look like that. If soon to you is a little bit more like, giving this a good 6 months to a year, yeah, that looks more reasonable. But it looks like he's really dealing with some things around how he thinks about himself and respects himself as a man. And that's going to take some time to organize the structures of his life to be able to manage that. Where is God's warrioress, Linda B? Miss Linda B, where are you, baby cakes? It is your turn. Yeah. And I mean, you also have to consider, Lori, that he's making these changes in the middle of a global pandemic and lockdown. Money's constricted, space and movement is constricted, all of that stuff. He's not able to do the things that he would normally do. Like if this was just a normal time, he could probably, figure some things out, finagle some stuff. But right now, he's in a place we all are, where the universe is asking us to be accountable for our past actions and choices, and to right our wrongs, to humble our ego, to reorganize our life, to match the direction we're headed. This is a massive structural change for divine masculine energies. This is not an overnight change, hun. So yeah, reconcile in the next 6 weeks. No, I don't see that. I see him getting his ducks in a row structurally. That means if financially they're tied together, if they have to, financially separate, all of that stuff. Those kind of things need to be dealt with and on the structural level before any kind of coming together is going to be possible. And that takes time in the middle of a pandemic, in the middle of a global lockdown. That's happening globally, like across the world. So keep that in mind, that this is going to take some time. It's not going to be overnight. He's got some work to do, and that's okay. That's okay. Miss Amy Fitzgerald, you paid right after Nicola. Now, why don't I have you here? Where was Nicola on our list? She was ages ago. I'm sorry, sweetie. Miss Amy McDonald, my apologies. No, that's not right, because that wasn't today. Was that today? Yeah, Nicola today, Amy McDonald today, KB today, Trish today. Okay, Amy, I see you here, hun. Let me see, come back to the chat. You're welcome, Lori. I hope that provided some level of comfort. These are not easy energies to kind of watch them, go deal with their issues in other worlds that have nothing to do with us. Like, of course, we would prefer to be by their side. And at the same time, even the astrology, the general astrology is showing it's just not that year that we just get to be by their side and build. That's a different year. This year, we're doing a certain type of work in the spirit and mental realms. They're doing a different kind of work in the physical and emotional realms. That's just the 2020 year. It's pre-union energy, hun. They're getting ready and we're getting ready at our own houses, in our own bathrooms, with our own clothes for this very wonderful date that we have coming up. Okay, Amy, no worries. I'm going to get you in as soon as I finish with God's Warrioress, okay? Thanks for popping back in and letting me know because I definitely missed you. Cool. Best times for union. Shingle Springs. I've never heard of that space. But my software has, which is nice. Let me get this straight. Y'all met when you were 15? Something ain't right here. Something ain't right. You met when you were 15, and when he was a child, a baby, a newborn, before he was born? Okay, yeah, your dates are off, babe. Your dates are off. Cause look here. I'm sharing my screen, but let me show you what's off here. Something is not right in the dates that you set up. The way you set this up, God's Warrioress, Linda, you tell me here that your DM's birth was January 14th, 1960, but then you met and you recognized the connection on January 2nd, 1960. So you met him and recognized the connection before, like 8 days, 12 days before he was born, babe? Hit me with some new dates. Hit me with some new dates, okay? I'm sure that one of those is correct, but I'm also sure that one of those is incorrect unless something magical happened here and you met him in the womb of somebody else when you were 15 and something about him as a baby spoke to you and said, we're going to be together later. And you heard it, which I hate. That's not impossible. That's totally possible, but those dates don't sound right. I just need to double check before I make that assumption. Okay. Oh, I see what happened here, Amy M. I pegged you for a refund. I have you in my refund notes because you didn't answer when I called you. You didn't answer when I called you. Let me do this for you, Amy, because there have been some people who've also been working and also been doing some other stuff. Let me get through their readings first, and I'll do you. You'll be my last person before I log off. I'm going to do God's Warrioress, and then I'm going to do Tina, and then I'm going to do Amber, and then I'll do you. Okay? Um, so let's see. Yeah, Tina, I'm gonna let God's Warriors catch up in the chat and figure out what's going on with her dates because them two 1960 dates have me shook. He was born in 1960, but you also recognize the connection 12 days before he was born. That doesn't make any sense. Tina, what is your birth details and your question? Then Amy, I'll do you last. I'm going to do these 3 and then I'll do you last. Okay. Um, just out of respect for the other girls who've been waiting here, hun, because they, they too have paid and waited. And some of them also have been working. So I'm going to need to honor that and let them go first. Okay. Have been in phone connection. Aha. Okay. All right. Tina, I'm coming back to you, girl. I got God's Warriors's details here before I got yours. So, um, see, she posted. You gave me your question, but I don't see no details for me to work with. So I'm going to work with our girl, God's Warrioress. All right, now here we go. Shingle Springs, etc., etc. 1/1, 2007. Right, but what was the time? Cool, Tina. I'll do you next, okay? Mm. The sweet burning of a twin flame smoothie. Ken, you're hilarious. 6 p.m. Okay, got you. That's hilarious. I don't know why you would put peppers in a berry smoothie. Best time for you, Linda. Can you crack me up, honey? I'm so happy you stopped by to say hello. Okay, so the first thing I'm seeing, Linda, is that you two are getting a pretty big deal divinity activation in regards to the type of connection you have and some clarity about the kind of connection you have. And this is happening for both of you at the same time. It's also really inviting you both to take better care of your own energy and your own self in this connection and to recognize how you need to change. That moon in Scorpio is talking about transformation, how you need to change in order to allow this union to occur. um, this is really all about giving yourself the permission to recognize, hey, there are some times when sometimes I'm just not correct. Like sometimes I'm not right. And sometimes I don't, it's my way isn't the right way. Sometimes in order for a connection to occur, I have to grow. And this divinity activation is giving both of you the seeds you need to be able to grow, to learn what you have to learn over this next year to make connection possible. So that's really exciting. What this is going to do for you is prepare you. Again, we've talked about this with other people. These are pre union energies these next few years. This is preparing you for the opportunity to fully surrender to the connection, give yourself permission for the connection to work for you, to be in the connection in a way that's not a struggle anymore. Because when I look out here at this energy, I do see an opportunity for things to come together sometime next year, but it is going to take a reckoning with yourself. What do you need to learn about who you are in relationship that's going to allow you the freedom to change? Who have you been in relationship? How has that worked for you? How has that not worked for you? How have those things occurred for you in order to facilitate this moment right now, God's warrioress, that is saying, hey, if you want this particular connection, both you and them need to take in this divinity activation, see who you are for your higher self, and give yourself permission to grow, to transform, to change, to become that higher version of yourselves, those divine versions of yourself that you really want to be. But there's definitely some lessons here. You're both being reminded of what those lessons are here with this Venus retrograde in the ninth house of higher education and learning. In addition to those lessons around love, these would be from your past lovers, past partners, past husbands and wives. There are some things you were meant to learn about the way that you show up in relationship so that you can give yourself permission to say, yeah, this worked, but that didn't. I'm going to have to change that if I want this connection with this person to work. It's a very humbling transit. It's a lot of shedding of childhood templates for both of you. It's also a big opening to divine energies for both of you. Okay. So that's what I got. That's what I got for you, baby cakes. Yeah, that is a read. My timer just went off to tell me that we are done here. All right, let me come back over to our chat. Uh, 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 Okay, let's see what you are saying, my love. Shingle Springs, 1/2/2007. You met on 6/15/2003. Now, why do I have 5/1/2007 here? What is going on here? Okay. So, God's warrioress, Linda, my love, I'm going to tell you this is why I tell people to be prepared before I ask for their details. You see how many times you had to put different things here in the chat and how many times things here weren't ready? For me, when I came for you for your turn, there's too many details spread out over too many pieces of chat that I can't follow this for you and give you what you need in terms of a quality reading, sweetheart. I need the correct details posted in one chat, and I need to be able to get that without, you see how other people have jumped in here and started commenting? There's a whole comment feed going on here. So if you want me to get this right for you, I need you to provide me with the information in the way that I have asked for it so that you can get what you need by giving me what I need to give it to you. Okay? So we can do this again, but I'm not going to do it right now. I'm going to move on because I've told you multiple times I need this information and I need it in this way. I've been saying it for the last 5 hours since we've been here, since you've paid. So I'm going to give you what you need here, but I need you to give me what I need in order to be able to deliver it for you. One chat, post your details. Do not post when a whole bunch of other people are posting. Wait till I call your name. Give it to me all at one time. Double check your details. Make sure all your dates are correct. If your dates are correct, my love, then we'll proceed. I'm going to do this for you again, but I need you to just let me get through Tina, do Amber, and do Amy, and I'm going to come back to you, okay? Thank you so much. I appreciate your patience. I know this can be frustrating for you too. It's frustrating for me when that kind of thing happens. Know that I'm doing the best that I can given how much information I'm trying to manage here. It's a lot of information for me, but I need you to give it to me the way that I need it in order to give you a good reading. Okay? So we're going to come back. Tina, I need you to repost your questions for all the reasons I just laid out. Give me my details. I will give you a reading. Hit me with that, Tina. After Tina, we're going to do Amber, then we're going to do Amy, then we're going to come back to Linda. Okay? And if you're delayed on the chat, what I need you to do is just close out. Close out of your window that's live streaming and open it back up. And then you will be current in what the conversation is. Okay? Thank you. 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 I love doing this for people, but truly there is a way I need the information in order to do my best work for you. And if I don't get it that way, mistakes like this are what happen. Okay? And I definitely want to get this right for you. I just need the information a very particular way. Okay, so Tina, repaste what you got for me, hun, for all the reasons that we just discussed. As soon as I'm done with Tina, Amber, it's your turn. Please be ready when I call your name, Amber. After Tina and Amber, then we'll do Amy. After Tina, Amber, and Amy, we're going to come back to you, Linda. All right, my love? We'll go in that order. Thank you for the details, Tina. What's your question? Got it. Okay. Tina, do you have a day in 2018? I need a day to be able to pull a union chart, sweetheart. I only have a month and a year. I also need a time of day as well. If you can put it all in one, that would be really ideal, Tina. Day and time of year, that would be fantastic, as well as, well, it says you knew each other since 15, but when you got back into communication on October of 2018, can you please give me a day, location, and time? That would be ideal. No, Tina, your meet day and time is not here. I have your birthday, time, and location. I have his birthday, time, and location, but I do not have the date, time, and location that you met. I have that you got back in communication in October of 2018, but I need a date of October and I need a time. Why are you not ready, people? How long have we been here together? We've been here 4 hours. My loves, I have told you what I need. What is going on? What is going on? Help me help you. Okay, so you want to use December 14th, not October? That's fine. We can use December 14th, but I still need a time, Tina. What time of day was it, babe? Okay, December 14th, 2018, 10 p.m. Got it. I can do it. I can do a read with that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let me go ahead and share screen for you. Okay, Amber Arsenault, you're going to be next, sweetie. So get ready. All right. Um, okay, so here we go. Miss Tina Berg, what is your question, my love? You wanted to know if union was going to happen this year. Okay, so I have said this to multiple people. I'll just repeat it here again. Can't guarantee it. Absolutely no guarantees here. What I can say is if there's supportive energy for it. Sometimes there is, sometimes it's more complex, but people definitely come together during more complex times. It's just a matter of will. That being said, when I look here at your chart, I don't see that. What I see here is, my love, what I see here is I mean, you guys could, sort of. It looks most harmonious. It looked most harmonious earlier this year. Right now, it looks sort of harmonious. It could happen, but the challenge for you that would need to be overcome um, is going to be this Jupiter Pluto conjunction. It looks like Tina's just behind in the chat. That's what's going on here. That's fine. Sometimes that happens. People just are on a delay. So Tina, it looks like what's going on here is just the masculine energies in this connection is going through a reformation, a self reinvention. And that reinvention is going to facilitate, looks like one or both of you actually needs to move, is moving into a new home. It also looks like that reinvention is going to make it something that has to be overcome in order for coming together to occur. And what I mean by that is if somebody's moving or somebody's building a new business or career or somebody's creating a new way of living in their life, coming together in the 3D is probably not the biggest priority for one or the other of you, if that's what's going on, A. And B, it would also mean, especially if financial factors are involved for one or the other of you, it would be required that those financial and business factors get handled first. And once those factors are handled, that's when things can start moving forward. That's when once that reinvention is complete, that reformation is complete, that's when things get easier. Universe support now? Yeah, sure. But how easy is it to get past these physical 3D world factors around business and money and family that do seem to be presenting a big challenge to both of your masculine energies at this time? If they're pretty easy to overcome, sure, this could unfold this year. Why not? But if, this is going to take, divorces and separation of bank accounts and moving, and then, some level of, getting kids resituated in new schools, all while in the middle of the pandemic, I would say survival needs take priority. And love is love. And because you love your person, you want them to get their survival handled as well. This energy for the feminine is definitely talking about just keeping your head above water in terms of your own self-esteem, and just knowing that you're valuable, knowing that, the feminine energy has to remember here in this connection that she's got something wonderful to offer too. And it's really important that, she takes care of herself while the masculine energy is focused on 3D world things. Union this year, not the most harmonious. Is it more harmonious in the future? Sure, why not? Another year, yeah, there'll be more harmonious. People come together during inharmonious times. Like I said, it's a matter of will, number one. It's also a matter of structure. Is your life supporting it? If it's supporting it because you don't have those other obstacles in the way for this reformation, it's more just a matter of, oh, okay, I need to change an arm of my business or let go, sell off a piece of my business, and then I'm still fine, then that makes things a lot easier. Sell off the part of the business that wasn't cool, wasn't doing well, move on. And it's like, okay, that's a loss. I didn't love taking that loss, but I'm in a great place. I'm available and I'm open and I have the energy to be connected. Sometimes people have too much going on for that. So it's a matter, like I said, of will and a matter of structure. Miss Amber Arsenault, if you would be so kind as to place your question, and then after Amber, we'll do Amy and God's Warrioress, and then we'll close out. Amy and Linda, please make sure I have the details the way I need them. I set it up the way I need them for a reason. I really want to do a good job for you. Please make sure that you wait till I call your name. Send me those details the way I need them, and I will be sure to deliver a reading for you that would be good. Okay, Huns? I appreciate you. Thank you. Those are the details I need. Take another look at them if you're uncertain. Miss Amber. It's okay, Linda. It's okay. Sometimes, Linda, that happens when the delays happen. It's best to wait. Please wait until I call your name. Don't put your details in until I call you. And then make sure I have it, double check it. Make sure it's, it's accurate. Double check it, make sure it's accurate, because you're not on the phone with me and it's not like a conversation, like the two of us just chatting. Being in a chat box like this for the person on my side, it's like being in a room of 10 people talking at you at the same time. And I'm trying to parse and listen for your details, and I can't find them if were handed to me an hour ago with incorrect information. And then you're splitting it up between different people who are all talking at me. And then like you're giving me a snippet here and then another little bit there. It's impossible for me to give you what you need, hun. So just wait. I'm going to come back to you, my love. We're going to get you a good reading. Just make sure that you double check the details. Wait till I holler your name, and then place them all in there, and then I will come. We'll get you your reading. Okay. You're welcome, Miss Tina. You're welcome. Pay attention to the structural stuff that's happening in his life. If his structural stuff is really big and really complicated, probably not this year. But if it's like easy peasy stuff, like he was already in the process of just selling off an asset in a business, and it's like, okay, I'm done with that. And now he's kind of like just open and available. Sure, I could definitely see something happening this year, but it's going to take that kind of like restructuring ourselves. What do we want? How do we want to come together? Do we want to flirt? Do we want to court? It's going to take all of that coming together in a new way, Tina. Okay. Miss Arsenault, thank you. Okay. I need one question, Prop Mama. In a single question reading, I can only answer one question. So, do you want to know about the changes taking place for him? Or do you want to know about a window of opportunity for union? What matters most to you? Because it's also two different charts. I'll either look at his or I'll look at your union chart. Miss Amy, you're going to be next. Get ready, girl. But I know you're always ready because you've done this a few times with me before. Okay, what changes? That's cool. We'll work with that, Prop Mama. Thank you. Changes taking place for him at this time. He was born in Baton Rouge in 1974. (9/16). Okay. 9/16/1974, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 9 p.m. All right, Prop Mama. Let's see what's going on here. What are the changes occurring for this human at this time? Some work stuff, big work stuff. He's changing his job. Yeah, and that's causing some changes in the arena of family, which were already in place last year. There was some things that needed to shift last year when it came to family, or at the start of this year, late last year, start of this year, but it does look like a new type of work is coming in for him. Not only, okay, girl, what changes or window of opportunity? Which is it, Prop Mama? I asked you for one question. You asked me what changes are going on in his life. And that's the second question. When is there a window of opportunity? But you put in here what changes when I asked you which one, and you put window of opportunity. I need one. So I'm going to pick that we're going to do what changes since that's where we started. Okay, hun? Because we can only do one question on a one question mini reading. So when I look at his life and I see so much activity here on his 10th house of career, on his second house of earned income, and on his 6th house of service. What we have going on is he's moving through a really significant period of shift when it comes to his career, how he makes his money, and whether or not he feels aligned with his purpose. Um, that's the stuff that he's being asked to focus on right now. And this is big. It coincides with the Uranus transit to his first house in his ascendant line, which means he is starting to filter the way he sees things through his own divinity, through God's eyes. He's starting to look at things in a very different way than he's ever looked at his life before. Higher purposes and higher values are coming online to him. Things like valuing himself. Does what he's doing for his service work allow him to be a fair and just person? Or is he being asked to do stuff like lie at his job? Or is he being asked to do stuff at his job like, um, just d- cheat people or discredit them or compromise other people? If his job in any way asked him to do that kind of stuff, then he's now at the place where he's ready to either quit that job or do something that gets him fired so he can start making money in a very new way. And this is really key for him because he's trying to do something here in the 3D world that's going to allow him to become the kind of person that he respects when he looks in the mirror every day. This is definitely trying to align him with some bigger lessons for who he is by helping him to see who he doesn't want to be anymore. And those changes, could they be supportive to union? 100%. Always. They're always supportive to someone coming together with somebody else when somebody is making changes to come into alignment with who they really are. That means that when they finally start to come into union with you, there's no part of them left out, there's no part of them compromised, and there's no part of them that is hanging out with people who would continue to compromise them. That's done. So, yeah, big changes. They're happening in the 3D world for him. He's being asked to shift a lot in the world of work and money. I mean, who isn't? It's 2020, right? Apparently, that's the name of the 2020 game. Um, but yeah, he's being asked to do a lot of changes, and those changes are not easy, but they are giving him the ability to be a more integrated person with more integrity so that when a window of opportunity does open for you two, he's going to be the man you knew him capable of being. And that's going to be a real gift. Amy, it is your question. It is your time. Thanks, Gemini Princess. Appreciate you. Amy, as soon as I'm done with you, Linda, we are coming back. And then because there'll probably be less people in the chat, it'll be a lot easier for us to gather the details we need for me to answer your questions. Okay, hun? You're welcome, Prop Mama. You are very welcome. Look for those signs that he's trying to do his best to become someone that he respects, and those signals that he's changing some things in the workplace, that his work or his service is changing. Look for that. He could also be getting a pretty big promotion, but it does look a little bit more like less like promotion and a lot more like new job. Okay. And Amy and Linda, Tina, Amber, I just want to thank you guys for hanging out, man. It was a long wait, but you guys hung in there and I appreciate that. I know you guys have a lot of other things you can be doing with your time, but I appreciate that you were willing to be patient to let me look at the chart for you. Um, and I just trust that you're continuing to lean into your own intuition with what you heard and not try to force what I shared to make sense, but match it with what your guidance has already been and interpret it in the way that's going to assist your guidance with its own deepening. Look for what validates your intuition, not what undermines it. Okay. And we'll just give Amy a minute to go ahead and share her info. Mm, 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 mm. Amy, are you still here, hon? It's okay if you had to go again. I'll refund you. No worries. Miss Linda. Okay, good. Okay. I can, but I can't guarantee you that somebody is your twin, Amy, or that somebody's not. I don't read that way. Okay. I can just tell you what kind of energy they're coming in with and what kind of energy you're coming in with. And if they're harmonious or not, the lessons, that kind of thing. Okay. Fort Worth, Texas. 3/21, 2014, 7:45 p.m. Wait, come on now. Back it up. 3/21, 2014. Hey, Rungi, welcome. Our list is closed for tonight, but if you're welcome to hit the like button, to hit the subscribe button, and when it is your turn, come on. When I come back, you can get a reading then, Rungi, okay? Fort Worth, Texas, 3/21, 2014, 7:45 p.m. Okay. Miss Amy, let's have it. Okay, so the masculine energy in this connection is walking in with Cancerian energy. The feminine energy in this connection is walking in with Aries energy. These two energies sit square to one another. They're precisely square at 10 degrees. And so, with a square energy, these are energies that are facing very different directions in very different elements. The masculine energy is working with water and earth, Cancer, opposite sign Capricorn. The feminine energy is working with fire and air, Aries, opposite sign Libra. This can sometimes, not always, make connecting more challenging, more interesting, give you a lot more to learn when you have squaring energies like this. Because what these energies are showing you is that there's just another way to go about living life. Not only is there another way to go about living life, but the two of you bring one another new perspectives, new points of view that aren't necessarily points of view and perspectives that, you know, the other person gets or even needs to get. It's just different. It's just, oh, okay, wow, I never would have thought about it like that. Oh, okay, interesting. I never would have approached it like that. I had a completely different set of values and priorities in my energy field around whatever the topic is you guys are addressing. So, that being said, the sun in this connection lives here in Aries. So, there's a lot of ambition, motivation, and drive to get towards some sort of partnership. So, if this is a partnership of professional or romantic origins, there's definitely a lot of motivation towards it, especially with the ruler of Aries being here in the first house and the sign of partnership. There's on both sides a bit of like a, this should work. I wonder what it's going to take. The other way you can sometimes experience this is, this should work. I wonder why it's not. And then you can start ghost hunting problems. Forget that. The two of you are always going to be very different people. Start learning what it's going to take to appreciate the differences, appreciate the different approach, appreciate the different priorities, appreciate the uniqueness of this, because this connection, partnership house, requires uniqueness and individuality in order for it to solidify. There's the sign of Aries on the cusp of that seventh house of commitment. Aries is all about the individual, the unique, the ambition and motivation to be a unique self. In order for this relationship to solidify in any real way, it's going to take a choice and a willingness to say, you are nothing like me. And wow, that is magical. I am so thrilled. I'm so curious. Those are not my priorities in any stretch. Fascinating. Tell me more. Leave nothing out. There's going to be a need to get into that level of energy with it and to know that when, hiccups happen, because they will, that's just the nature of relating, but it's especially the nature of relating when both masculine and feminine energies sit at a square to one another. There are certain aspects of the masculine and feminine energies that sit harmoniously to one another. Mars and Venus, they both sit in air signs, so it makes conversation easy. You guys probably also turn each other on quite a bit with your intellect and your conversation, which is lovely. But the solidification of things, it's not going to be contingent upon the two of you getting on the same page. You're not gonna. The solidification of things comes when the two of you are both uniquely letting your own freak flags fly. And the more you do that, the easier it's going to be to see how there is harmony here and how you complement each other and ways in which the two of you can support one another through communicating well, because that's that air sign energy, Mars and Venus in air signs. You'll be able to support one another by having conversations and by mentally moving into appreciation of the differences mode as opposed to problem solving the differences mode. Very different energies around differences. Appreciating them allows things to come closer together. Problem solving them is going to create further fall aparts. Okay, Miss Amy, that is the energy I see there in that chart. I appreciate you allowing me to have a look. I trust that this time you got your dates correct and I got your dates correct and that everybody's dates are correct. And that you can lean into what your own intuition says about this connection. Because it's going to be in a little bit of mini reading. All I have is a sliver of a window into what's happening. Allow your intuition to reveal to you the true meaning of what was shared, because there's so many different ways planets can be interpreted. It's important to use your intuition to find the interpretation in that really serves you and allows you to move into ease and harmony in your connection. Make sense? Thanks for letting me read for you, Amy. I appreciate that. And I also appreciate your patience and understanding with the way I need to operate the list when people have to go away. I totally get it. I just can't always slot them right back in, especially if there have been other people who've waiting. I appreciate your patience. Linda, last but certainly not least, my girl Linda. Let's do this. I am super excited to read for you. I want to get these details correct for you. So show me what you got. It's just you and me in the chat, no one to disturb or interrupt us. I would love to know which chart I'm looking at and what question I can answer for you in today's one question mini reading. Okay. Got it. Woo, you nailed it. Linda, you nailed that. Thank you. Oh, that just brought me so much peace to see all those details sitting there like that. Thank you. Woo. All right, let me edit this chart data. Okay. He's a Taurus. No, it's a Taurus chart. Okay, so 515. And Linda, are you sure it's 5/15/2005? Because I thought we had a whole other set of energy here. Are you sure it's May 15th, 2005? Because I really want to give you a good reading, but I need to just make sure these details are spot on the money so that I can give you my best stuff. I give you my best stuff. Yes. Okay, fabulous. All right. So here's what we got going on here. Here's you. Fascinating. Okay. And then I think she goes retrograde again in 2021. No, 2022. Let me look. I'm going to do you something special, Linda. I'm going to dig into the research for you so that I can know for sure. 2022. Okay, she retrogrades in Pisces. 2020. Wait, hold on. That's not, none of that is right. Let me look here. Retrograde station. Okay, 20 Libra. 21. Okay. Interesting. 21, we've got April. Sagittarius. Okay. And then that's actually going to be good for you. Okay. Sag retrograde for her. Let me go out there to 2021. Here she goes. Now she's retrograde, but he's out here in Pisces getting ready to approach her. But she is sextiling him. He is on approach to her. Okay, let's just go a little further in the future. Okay, let's go a little further in the future. Okay, now she's in Earth, but then she gets out here. Okay. Let's go a little further in the future. There she is. He's on approach. Okay. So a couple of things, Linda. Thank you for being patient with me while I got, the precise details from that Juno retrograde table. There's a few different opportunities for things to get closer together between the two of you. The first one is actually happening right now, like literally right now as we speak. And it's happening right now because the way the feminine energy is positioned in this chart is sitting directly on top of the masculine. It's an energy of coming together. However, unfortunately, at this time, the masculine is sitting square to the feminine energy in this chart. So it looks like you're ready, he's not. The next opportunity comes available. And I won't even say you, him. It's more like the feminine piece of both of you, that receptive piece that has the vulnerability, that likes to be connected, that wants to generate and create something out of the ether, ideas and all of that. The feminine energies in him and the feminine energies in you. It is for the both of you, both of the feminine energies are like, wow, being around that other person feels good. And I would love to soak in more of that. It does look like both of your feminine energies is in that place. The masculine energy's capacity to bring that into grounded fruition at this time is not ready. Both sides, your person's life and your life, the masculine energies on both sides is going, I got some work to do. Like, it would be nice. I can make it happen. It would be a stretch, but I'm willing to try because it feels so good. But life isn't really aligning to make that happen this year. Instead, what's happening this year is life kind of giving you both a bit in your masculine energies, a little bit of a 1-2 punch around health and well-being and taking better care of your health, and having conversations with service, how you need to serve one another or serve life. There's a bit of a questioning about, what is my service work? How do I be of service? How do I help the world? Both of you have this, and maybe not him, maybe just one of you, but certainly the masculine energy between you is going about the questioning of, wow, I'd like to be of greater service. How do I make sure that I'm good to go on that? So masculine energy is focused on service. Feminine energy is like, this feels yummy. I would like for this to go further. How can I make it go further? That would be amazing. So fast forward in time. So we have the previous date, transits, previous. Fast forward in time, we get out here to the end of next year. By the end of next year, he looks like he's definitely, like, he spends a year really curious about this, like trying to fit it together. How can I shapeshift my life? What do I need to break down and create something new of? maybe if we tried it this way, it could come together. There's definitely a little bit of a, yeah, let's try this that comes online at the beginning of 2021 and lasts all of 21 until Jupiter in December of next year gets out here to Pisces in the eighth house of transformation. So 2021 opens up a window that has both of you go, hmm, this could work. Maybe, just maybe, if I allow this, things could really unfold. So there's a sort of window now. There's a big window in 2021. Yeah, a big window in 2021. It's most harmonious when Jupiter hits or Juno hits Sagittarius, and that is April through August of 2021. It is most harmonious. It's harmonious all next year. It is most harmonious April through August of next year. And then the third time, and I'm giving you so many because we had so much trouble. I really want you to be happy with your reading, Linda. So I'm giving you a little bit of extra here. The third time that things get harmonious for you is when he gets out here to Aries, and that happens in 2023, all of 2023. And during that year, it looks like it's on like Donkey Kong, as the kids say. It looks like it is gangbusters. Like there's, as long as both of you are moving smoothly toward the energy of coming together, there's communication, there aren't fallouts, your lives are aligned, neither one of you are embroiled with exes financially and emotionally. You've shut all that down. You're taking the steps to do all of that now. As long as that's going on, these little steps this year, then next year, then by 2023, things just kind of, it looks like they have the opportunity to really fall into place, Linda. It looks like there's a little bit of a stumble in 2022 where there's a little bit of like, oh my God, what are we doing? There's like just a hair of a like, are we really going to do this? Should we do this? There's just a little bit of a hair of that in 2022. But as long as you two, like I said, you can stay in communication, you've cut ties to the past or put them in their right places, I should say. They don't have to be cut. There's just right expectations. People know what to expect from you. There's no, unfinished business. There's no messiness with your links to the past. The kids are situated. Your houses are fine. Financially, you're both okay. As long as that stuff is, continually being put in order, step by step, one step at a time between now and 2023, it looks like it's just all downhill, baby. It's all powder. It's a beautiful flow into some level of, coming together. The one thing I do want to point out for your chart, and again, I just feel like giving you a little bit extra because we had so much trouble there, Linda. The one thing I want to point out is your seventh house. This seventh house of committed partnership is an Aquarius house. Aquarius needs things to be non-traditional, needs things to be different, needs things to be evolutionary. And so I haven't seen your chart, Linda. I don't know for sure if that's going to fly for you. You're going to have to find ways for yourself. And I don't know his chart either. But for this to come together for the two of you, it's going to be a unique, divine reflection of who you each are. And that may mean that, you have separate houses and you live right next door to each other. It may mean that you spend 6 months in his house, then 6 months in your house. It may mean some people decide with that Aquarius seventh house that they're going to do open marriage, open relationship. Some people decide we are going to share everything but the money. Some people decide they are going to now just do something unusual. That's just a unique reflection of them. They may decide, hey, our coming together is going to mean that, I don't know, you find what the uniqueness is for you, but there's going to be some unique, unusual, but perfect for the two of you aspect to your coming together, that you're going to need to be open to and not try to force this into a cookie cutter box. Because if you try to force this into June and Ward Cleaver, this is going to fall apart. This energy here, the Aquarius energy of the seventh house of committed partnership, needs something evolutionary, revolutionary, unique, and different that leads people, shows people a new way forward in relationship. Doesn't uphold the old standards or the old guard. It's going to have to be something that is a very unique reflection of the two of you and is a leadership example of, hey, sometimes you can really do stuff your way. When you do it your way, that's often the best way. So that's what I see for you guys when I look at your chart. I thank you. I thank you for your patience. I know that was not an easy little tumult moment, but we got through it. I hope your reading gave you some insight into windows of opportunity. And I did you two questions: what your relationship needs, because I really felt bad. I hate when we have those kind of snafus in the chat. Um, but I'm really grateful that you stuck in there, you hung out with me, you let me get through these other readings, you gave me back the information I needed exactly the way I needed it. I super appreciate it because that's what allows me to do my best work for you. So I hope you got something out of this that resonated for you, my love. I super appreciate your patience and your tenacity, because you certainly waited a very long time to get this reading. So okay, that's a read, and that's a general read for all of us. Yeah, very much good luck, Linda. I'm excited for you, hon. I think this is going to be really good. It's going to, like, you guys, you have a lot of windows of opportunity. Give yourself plenty of permission to just allow this to unfold. Keep working those steps that you need to do in order to allow your life to be ready to take on a completely new chapter and new adventure with someone. And as long as you've got that energy of intention out there, that things could really come together in a beautiful way. It's just going to be unique. It's going to be different. It's going to be perfect for us. And you set that intention up, you've set yourself up for the best possible chance for things to flow together harmoniously as the right time approaches. So, like I said, 3 windows of opportunity. Hooray! That's really lovely. I like seeing that, when there's just 3 different options. And yeah, I think if you, as long as you work with it, you're going to be good to go, Linda. I thank you so much. I thank you so much for all of you. Gemini Princess, thank you for hanging out. Thank you, everyone, um, for your patience and just for, coming to play today, saying hi, for liking, subscribing, and sharing. It's such a treat and an honor. This is going to stay up, and you'll have the opportunity to re listen when you're ready. Okay, guys. I'm going to go find some food, and then I'll see you guys the next time we do live mini readings, which will be sometime in June. If you want to be the first to know when live mini readings come back, what you want to do is place yourself on the private reading list, because the private reading list is what will allow you to know for sure, and schedule it in your calendar. Hey, we're live. And you can be the first in, first read, first out instead of having to wait. Thanks, everyone. Have a really great rest of your weekend. Take great care. Bye for now.